Welcome to another TikTok live stream. This is Dan Norton coming to you on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. I am here to promote ideas I agree with, in particular, Ayn Rand's ideas. Ayn Rand is the author of The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, and she developed a philosophy called Objectivism, which is a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. Three concepts which I mention on my background, along with many other concepts. And I invite you to join me in discussing or debating any of those concepts. See, I have my first person in the chat today, Philosopher Boda. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I invite you to participate either in the chat or by calling in. And there's a couple ways you can call in today. Normally, there's just the TikTok request up button, but I think I figured out how to take uh, Google Voice calls as well. There's a phone number you can also dial, and maybe I'll test that out today. Tried it once before, but it didn't work. But I think I figured out what the issue was. So maybe we'll try a Google Voice call later. All right. I see we got some more chats coming in. Z asks, "You believe in objectivism?" Yes, I do. That is Ayn Rand's philosophy, and I agree with it. Hello to Big X. So you are like a libertarian? No, not a libertarian. I'm an objectivist. Objectivism is the philosophy of Ayn Rand. Libertarians are often anti-state and anti-government, which I'm not. I support a government. I'm not an anarchist. I have anarchy on my background in the bad category. I think there should be a government, but it should be limited in its function to police, military, and courts. Just that. All right, we've got one communist asking, what communist theory have I read? I saw you ask that before in a chat, and you asked why I blocked you. I think I might have blocked you because of something else you said in the chat. Maybe you accused me of running or something, but I guess you have a different account here. I've read Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto a couple of times, and I've read uh, the beginning of Das Kapital. Just, I don't remember how much, maybe first chapter or two. All right, see somebody else here who I might want to block. Let me up. I see I got three guest requests. Why are you in support of Israel? Because it respects rights. That's a brief answer. Respects the rights of women, gays, the right to freedom of speech, which you don't see in surrounding countries. Oh, I just remembered I want to do something in another window. Here. I'm opening the chat in a separate window. I'm opening the chat in a separate window. Oh, maybe you heard me repeat that. Did you hear me say twice? I'm opening the chat in a separate window. If you did, that might be a sign that my audio sharing function is working. Okay, so I have two windows where I can monitor the chats. And I think today I want to try monitoring it from the window I don't usually look at because that'll make it easier for me to copy and paste the chat to review later. I like to be able to look at the chat later because I don't usually have time to read all the chats during the live stream. So I'm just gonna open up a file where I can paste the chat, Google Doc, and I'm gonna call this July 14th, 26 TikTok chat. Okay. All right, I'm going to play just a few seconds of audio. It's the fourth from another video, and I want you to let me know if you can hear it because I want to be able to share audio. So you won't see the video. I'm just going to be sitting here like this, but I'm going to play some audio. So I want you to let me know if you hear the audio. This is, I'm just testing out my audio sharing capability here. I'll just play a few seconds. Force me to pay taxes under threat of jail to support all kinds of programs like Social Security. Okay. Did you hear me just say that? Something about taxes and Social Security? Were you able to hear that audio? Yes. Yes. Okay, good. Good. So that means, I think that means I can now, oh, thanks for sharing the live, Mises fan. Uh, That means I now have another way to take calls in addition to uh, requesting up on TikTok. I also have a Google Voice number you can call, and I might want to try that at some point. 657-233-0878. And I'll put that in the chat later when I actually want to use it. Communist is asking me to let him up. So the reason I blocked you before, I think I said because I thought you accused me of running unjustifiably. And when people do that, that gives me a reason to block. So I don't know if I want to take your call, at least right now. Um, all right, let me see who I've got in the guest list. PHAQT.com, the Communists 2.0, that one Communist 2.0, Conservative Demon, The Darkest Goy, and Emir. Okay, now one way I decide on who to take is I consider your following count. So if you have a large following, that gives you an edge because that means I will more likely get a larger audience if you have a large following. So that's one thing I consider. If you don't have a large following, you can help give yourself an edge by sending me some TikTok gifts or some PayPal money. I have PayPal listed in my bio, Dan Norton 11. That's another way you can make yourself stand out. Thanks for the roses, Philosopher Boda. A lot of roses. I've got to go back to my other. Now, when I do start taking a call, I hope I don't get an echo because since I was able to share that audio, I don't know if I'm going to hear. So I have to remember to mute. I might need to mute my speaker. Okay. All right. So who am I going to choose? Thanks for the goats, Philosopher Boda. Wow, I got a lot of requests. Some more people have joined. You can also tag other people. I think that'll work. What happens if I tag Dean Withers? If I write at Dean Withers in the chat, actually, I think his username is it's Dean. Not that I expect him to reply, but just as an experiment, that would be someone with a very large following. Let's see. It's, let's see, Dean Withers. I don't know if I need to tag his name or his handle. Oh, he's actually live streaming right now. I guess I can try both. It's Dean with two A's and two N's. Let me try that. At it's Dean. I use my backup account to tag him. I don't even see it show up. Let me try it in a different. Dean and I are mutuals. Okay. Well, if you have a way of incentivizing Dean to debate me, I'd appreciate it. If you exercise your powers. Okay, I just tagged his handle. And now I'm going to try. Well, maybe I'll just do that for now. Sorry if there's like cough drop, smacking noises. I don't know how to eliminate that. I have this pop filter on my mic, which was supposed to help with that, or sometimes I just moved it further away. But I also noticed that usually my guest is louder than I am. So if I move the mic away and that helps get rid of the nasty mouth sounds, it might also have the side effect of making my volume lower than my guest's volume. So I don't know. It's what a good solution is. Like I moved it closer and now I'm louder, but now the mouth sounds will be worse. Um, so maybe I could leave it far away and the guests could just lower their volume and then you could increase your system volume. But I'm open to suggestion on how to optimize my sound quality. You got PayPal in your bio. Do people genuinely pay you? Well, I haven't gotten a PayPal yet from someone on TikTok. I have gotten it through YouTube. I also stream on YouTube, and people have sent me some PayPal through that. And it's actually nice that way because I get a larger percentage. TikTok takes like a 50% cut or something, whereas PayPal, they only take about a 3% cut of whatever money somebody sends me. So I get a higher percentage. And by the way, I've been posting all my live streams on YouTube. So if you are interested in seeing any of my past lives, or maybe you missed part of a live that you're interested in, just go over to my YouTube channel, Dan Norton 1 on YouTube, and you can see it all there. Okay, so who's got a lot of followers? That's one thing I want to know. Do any of you have a lot of followers? Like anybody have over 10,000 followers who's in the guest list? I could look you up individually, but that would take a while. PHAQT has over 10,000. All right, let me take a look at your profile. Oh, wow. 969,000. You have almost a million followers. That's the biggest I've ever seen in my chat. Wow. All right. Um, Synergy Willikers is your name. Let me just click on your profile. Are you a fact or a fact? Okay. Well, that's interesting. You don't have any videos on your channel. How did you get so many follow? Oh, yeah, you do. Oh, you have reposts. You don't have your, I don't see any videos. Oh, here, I guess it just took a second to load. I see you have three videos and a lot of reposts. All right, well, that's interesting. What would you like to discuss, facts? Oh, you privated them? Well, maybe I'll just, you can tell me what you want to discuss after I let you on. Okay, I'm gonna take Facts call because he has almost a million followers. I don't know if I have any mods here, but right now I have 84 people watching. I'll be interested to see if the number of watchers goes up after I bring on Fact. Maybe a bunch of his followers will come over. I do like to keep it civil, just so you know. So, if it becomes uncivil, I might need to end the call, but hopefully it stays civil. All right.
What's up, brother?
Hello.
How's your day?
It's going pretty well. How are you?
Nice. Miraculous. And I can hear myself, by the way. The thing you were worried about, the
Oh,
echo, it
let
is
me mute
there.
this. Try muting the speaker and see if that fixes it. Okay. Uh, can you say something now?
Hello, how are you doing? I am miraculous. Yep, you got
Oh,
rid of it.
okay. All right. So, first of all, I'm curious, how did you get so many followers?
I made content about dogs and sharks. I talk
Content
about the
about
megalodon.
dogs and sharks.
Yeah, there's a shark tracking app, and you can track sharks and turtles and other stuff. And I just turned on, I don't know, I just turned my personality up a little bit. And people like learning about oceans and sharks and conspiracies. I've never
Hmm.
spent $1 on the account. Yeah,
Wow. Okay. How long have you been on TikTok doing this?
far too long, far too long, like 4 years.
Okay. Well, did you have a particular topic you're interested in discussing with me?
Yeah. So I have a question that I apparently invented. If I didn't, please let me know how I didn't. It's in alignment with egoism, and the question focuses on the Socratic method with an equal weight view, and it starts with, "Are you a fact?" according to your language model.
Are you a fact?
Yeah,
That's a new one. So yeah,
I know
maybe
I
you did
invented it.
invent that. I haven't heard that question before. Are you a fact? Um,
I know. I'm blown away that I made it up too, honestly. I can't believe it either.
I don't know. Maybe. What I'm curious, like what gave rise to this question?
Um, well, I'm insert whatever word you think is appropriate here enough to believe in God, and so I would say that apparently some kind of thought process was granted to me that no other philosopher in documented human history has ever asked. And so then I just kept asking the question, and seemingly the conversation went beyond talking about God as this like metaphysical filler word, while people pretend that they believe in facts, and it focuses on the identity and coherency of fact itself in reference to a real psychological state. So it pushes the conversation away from tribalism because people aren't tribalistic about the word fact yet. And so when people are analyzing what a fact is, their tribe isn't established. They don't know what it means.
Okay. Well, I wrote down the question, what is a fact? I'm taking some notes here, and I'll also write down the question, are you a fact? Which is the question you started with.
You can
So
also
one,
include is God a fact, by the way. Theists at this point are consistently, so like atheists tell me they're not a fact. Theists have now, like Christians have told me that God is not a fact. Christians have told me Jesus is not a fact. Muslims have told me Muhammad is not a fact. And Muslims have told me Allah is not a fact. And it's because of what the academic formal literature has done to the word fact.
okay. One thing I'm wondering about, by the way, I see your name is spelled PHAQT. That's because you have this interested in this question about facts.
Yeah, precisely. And
Okay.
whether or not, yeah, my focus is on analytic philosophy and epistemology, and the importance of spelling, semiotics, stuff like that. I think I'm a hyper literalist about language. I think reality is language.
Okay. I just Googled the question, what is a fact? And the first thing that, well, the AI overview, which is the first thing that
Could I
pops up.
could I challenge you before you read that respectfully? I don't mean to be uncivilized, and I will apologize for cutting you off. But for this, remember, it's a psychological exercise where there's a hard problem of consciousness, and I think that there's such a hard problem because humans worship literacy. And so right now you believe in the word fact, right? You probably use it regularly. But
Hmm.
when you're analyzing what a fact is, your first reaction, your instinct was to go and analyze what a robot tells you based off of something you read, not something you contextualize in alignment with your theory of truth.
I don't think that's entirely accurate. I mean, we've been talking for a few minutes. It wasn't until a few minutes in that I decided to Google it. I had,
Yeah, just in reference to the your understanding of the word fact.
yeah, I mean, I have some thoughts independently of what Google tells me, but I thought it might be useful to the discussion to Google it. Doesn't mean I don't have any thoughts. Um, so it's yeah, maybe there's
But without googling, would you say that you're confident in what a fact is?
well, I let me think about it. I can tell you without Googling, I can give you my take. So one thing I'm wondering about is if a fact is has to be formulated in terms of a proposition rather than just a word. Like you asked, are you a fact? And you is it's a word. It's a proper noun that refers to me. Um,
Would you say
but
gravity is here? Maybe this might help. Is gravity a fact?
I might want to say yes and no to that. Like if saying gravity is fact, that might be shorthand for saying there is such a thing as gravity,
Right.
and I would say
Yes.
that's a fact. I'm less. I have more confidence that it's right to say facts come in propositional form than to say that just concepts or words on their own are facts. So I think it is a fact that gravity exists. But when someone says, is gravity a fact? What they might mean by that is it a fact that gravity exists? So it's just a shorthand way for um, asking whether the proposition is a fact. So I might say, yeah, gravity is a fact, but when I say that, I mean it's a fact that gravity exists.
Yeah, I can understand that. People are pretty quick to say like my existence is a fact, right? Would you agree your existence is a fact? You can say that easily.
Yes, at least if we're allowing this understanding of the question to be that the question is short for the question is the claim that or is the proposition that you exist a fact?
But the proposition isn't the truth maker of itself, right? The proposition has a truth maker, which is a fact, right? You wouldn't say the
I'm losing
Sorry.
my
I know it's not, and this is why I think the question is so important because I literally think that it changes philosophy unironically because it's one of the most important words that people are vaguely using, but when it's applied to the individual, it's like we glitch because it's not dogmatically integrated in a memorized standard. How this happened, I don't know.
it's not clear to me what the importance of this question is. And I was trying to get at that earlier by asking what gives rise to the question. Like, who cares about this? Why do we need to analyze this concept fact? And maybe there's a good answer to that, but I just want to be clear on what the motivation is and not just get caught up in like what feels kind of like a word salad or floating
Sure, sure,
floating
because
concepts.
facts are seemingly the infallible standard of truth, or you're obligated to say that facts can be wrong. And if facts can be wrong, I think that they lose the substance of what it means to be a fact.
Okay. There's a lot of abstract talk there. I want to try to tie this down to concretes as much as possible. And so I don't know what a good way to do that is, but let's say I'm I'm going about my life. I'm doing a TikTok live stream right now, and I guess I so when am I going to care about giving some analysis to this term fact, other than someone
When
asking
you
me about fact?
Yeah,
Um,
when you apply it to egoism, right? Like I could have like you hold that you are your ego, right? If I'm strawmanning you, I apologize.
I am my ego, um, in a sense. I mean, if so, the ego is it's a Latin term, and it it could be translated to English as self, and I am myself. Yeah, um, which
Right.
might seem trivially true. But I have a body, and sometimes I think it's reasonable to say my mind or my consciousness is more essentially who I am than my body is. So, but I, Dan Norton, the human being, I'm not only a mind. I'm not just my consciousness. I also have a body. So I don't know if the ego means myself. I don't know if I want to say. Sorry, if it only is meant to refer to the mind, I think it might be too narrow to say I am equal to my ego because I also have a body.
Yeah. Maybe it would help at this point if I present you my definition of the word fact and you let me know if you think that there's more utility, more problems, if you like it, if you dislike it.
All right, we can try it.
I think a fact is a proper categorization of identity in relation to that which it is and that which it is not.
A fact is properly, I'm writing this down, properly a categorization of identity. And then what was after that?
In relation to what it is and what it is not.
In relation to what it is and what it is not.
Yeah.
Okay, this is really abstract. And maybe that's unavoidable because I think fact is a metaphysical term, and metaphysics deals with very abstract issues.
Yeah,
So,
it seems like the atheists are they are typically nominalists in my experience, and they use words just for like short term convenience. But when the word fact is applied, the system of infallibility is no longer escapable. So you become an infallibilist about any claims of which are factual, or you die on the hill that some facts are wrong. But seemingly, if something can be was wrong, then it was never a fact because it would always be inappropriately categorizing that which is true.
okay, so you're bringing in atheism now, which I am. I am an atheist,
And a
but
nominalist,
I'm
right?
but I'm not a nominalist. You also mentioned
Interesting.
that. Yeah,
You
so
affirm universals?
not in a realist sense. So just for anyone out there who's not familiar with this term, nominalism or realism, I should say something about that to it might make it easier for you to follow along. So the problem of universals is a problem in philosophy that goes back to the ancient world, the ancient Greeks, and the problem was to say in what is universal among many particulars that are grouped under a concept. So take the concept human being. Under that concept, there's Socrates, there's me, there's Aristotle, there's George Bush, there's Ayn Rand. Now, what is it that all these things have in common, in virtue of which we place them under the same concept, human being? Well, it can't be their height, right? Because they are different heights, can't be their weight, they all have different weights. So they have all these particular differences, but what is the same in virtue of which we put them under the same concept? Now, one school of thought on this is the nominalist school, and they say, well, there really is nothing the same about all of these. All that they have in common is a name, hence the name nominalism, nomen being the Latin word for name. But it's just, I think sometimes it's said to be an arbitrary grouping for convenience's sake, but there's nothing really the same about them. So Plato thought he was a realist, and he thought about concepts. He thought what's the same about all these individual human beings is that they participate in the form, what do you call the form of humanity or humanhood, this otherworldly form, and we are all reflections in some way of that form. Aristotle did not hold that there was some otherworldly form in which all individual human beings participate. He was what's called a moderate realist. He thought there was something inside of each human person which was the same, despite their differences. Um, but it was some metaphysical element. Now, I've heard some Aristotelian scholars say that's actually not the best interpretation of Aristotle, but traditionally he's been interpreted as a kind of realist. There's not something in the other world that's the same, but there is something inside of each of us that is the same. But then the nominalist denies both of those and says, no, there's nothing at all the same, either in another world or inside each of us. Um, all there is the name that we apply to each of these things. So there's not really a valid basis for grouping things in one way rather than the other. Um, okay, so that was a bit of a detour just to explain this terminology. So Ayn Rand ha had her own theory of concepts and universals. She wrote a book on this called Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, and she is definitely not in the nominalist camp or any other camp. She came up with her own theory. But let me pause there instead of going on for too long.
Yeah, so you're just going to hold to a conceptualist notion about universals, right?
Not conceptualist. That term, I will say, is a bit vague, but Rand
I agree.
specifically objects to that, to conceptualism. And I don't know if I could articulate that view as clearly as I did the two forms of realism or nominalism. But you can lay out what conceptualism is, and I can tell you whether I think it applies.
Well, it depends on how the individual is using it, seemingly. Um, Conceptualists all explain it a little bit differently. I was curious if you think that the universals are dependent on the human experience or not.
They are in a certain way. Um,
in a real way or a true way or a factual way. We're back to the word fact.
well, are they dependent on a human experience? Yes, in that we need to have experience to grasp universals or concepts. Rand talks more in terms of concepts than in terms of universals. Like we're not born with concepts. A child has to learn them. We don't come out of the womb with the concept human being. We come out of the womb with we've got a sensory apparatus, our sight and our hearing, our five senses, and the baby can observe the world. And over time, the the baby can observe similarities between certain things and learns to group them together in his or her mind. And so the baby needs experience to form the concepts. Now, if you're a rationalist, you might think, well, we're born innately with these concepts. I don't accept that view. I'm an empiricist in this regard. I think knowledge, including our knowledge of concepts, starts with sense perception. And on the basis of observations, we observe that certain things are similar as opposed to other things. Like human beings look similar to each other as opposed to dogs and cats and fish. So we put humans into a category and call them human beings.
But
So
do you think that's a real category? Do you think that we're just making it up? Do you think it's useful fan fiction, social utility, or do you think that we're actually discovering properties or universe, whatever you would like, similarities, um, boundaries of external identities? Are these things that we're just making up, or are they real? Are they factual?
well, I think it's both. So there's a false alternative in the history of philosophy that either Um, concepts are real, independent of us. They're outside in the world. In Rand's terminology, that would be saying they're intrinsic. And on the other hand, saying concepts, no, they're not in the world apart from us. They're entirely in our minds. That's the subjectivist view. And Rand rejects that dichotomy of intrinsic versus subjective, and she comes up with a third category called the objective. So she thinks our concepts are objective, meaning they are based on facts of reality, which are independent of us, but we have to recognize them. There are no categories out in the world. The categories are a mental classification that we make, but we don't make them up just arbitrarily. I don't just arbitrarily decide, oh, I'm going to put these things into the category of human. No, the things out there, they have certain measurements, certain shape, certain size,
Could could I could I ask you
that
for the
justifies our putting them into one category. Yeah.
could I ask you for the for your non-arbitrary standard for the coherency of a fact?
Non-arbitrary standard for the coherency of a fact. So many abstract terms. She's
Sorry,
a lot like,
I'm an idealist, so
okay.
yeah.
I think a lot of what I'm trying to do here is take these very abstract terms and like
The
translate them
reason,
into something concrete.
yeah, I think this is why it's so important because the most meaningful terms we use are the ones that we have to take the time to analyze that are personal to us.
Okay, well, I think it's important that our concepts be clearly tied to what we can directly observe. I think people often they use very abstract terminology and it's kind of floating. There's no clear connection to
Yeah,
reality
that's why
of
I use the question, are you a fact? I try to give you access to the most self-evidently true thing that you could possibly imagine through experience, and I ask you, is that thing a fact while granting you the freedom of your own understanding and your own language? Can you do that? And most of the time when I ask people this, the answer is no, they can't. They end up demonstrating that they worship a book. They worship someone who's dead. And what they're doing is rather than thinking about what they read, they've just memorized like a parrot what they read and they're just repeating what somebody else believed.
okay.
But I think that literacy is a lower level of epistemology than sapience.
All right. Well, I don't think are you a fact is the most basic kind of question.
What's a
So
question more basic than that?
Uh, More basic than RUFA. Well, maybe something like, am I wearing a shirt right now? That's pretty simple, right? No like heavy loaded metaphysical jargon involved. Just do I have a shirt on?
But this just goes back to society defining what a shirt is for you, right? If we just presuppose society is correct about what a shirt is, then sure. But this just, to me, it just seems like when referencing what a fact actually is and the implications, especially from the atheistic paradigm, it becomes extremely problematic because you're probably a fallibilist about knowledge, right?
What do you mean by a fallibilist?
You think that your knowledge can be wrong or that knowledge itself can be wrong.
No, I think if something is knowledge, that means it's a grasp of reality.
So it's in fact you can't be wrong if you truly know it. I apologize for being
Yeah.
inaccurate. Okay, cool, nice. I agree with that, especially when you just analyze the baseline JTB. It literally has the word true built into it. So I think the same standard of a fact also applies. When we're claiming to know something, we're claiming with infallibility, maybe something just internally, but it's a little shaky there. But then when it's applied external, then what we can do is we can utilize our language through a system of honest, genuine, sincere storytelling and see if these abstract concepts coexist beyond the physical. And when we do this with words like truth, love, mercy, justice, goodness, we see a different world beyond that which have physical limitations. That's what it means to self-reflect. I mean, I think so. That's what it means to measure consciousness. Something that might tickle your brain. How do you measure your own knowledge?
I have some thoughts on that, but I don't want to just like go off on
This is all in
a
alignment with egoism, by the way. The
a
egoism
a wild
egoism
goose
would be in
chase
reference.
or
I apologize. I apologize. Yeah, I don't. Do you think that this is a wild goose chase? Do you think that self-reflecting about your identity as a matter of a fact within reality, to a standard of which is necessarily true, in alignment with egoism, is just running around? I think it's spot on.
hold on, I gotta look up wild goose chase now, make sure I use that correctly.
I
A
think you used
wild
it
goose
well.
chase is an idiom used to describe a futile, foolish, or hopeless search. Um, I mean, maybe a better term to use was I don't want to have an unmotivated discussion and just like discuss random questions where, and maybe they're not random, but I will at least want to be clear why it's not random. But sometimes I hear questions and it's just not clear to me, like, what is the point of this? Why are we
Because
talking
ego
about this? And
because you think egoism is good and your ego specific would also be good in this. And so the conversation reduces down to your ego, which you said is yourself. And so, in reference to yourself, we're analyzing egoism and philosophy of mind as a matter of a fact in alignment with your theory of truth.
okay, well, the topic of egoism, it seems like and I do think it's good, but that's often paired by contrast with something like altruism. And I have that on the other side of my line there in the bad category. I think altruism is bad, but it seems like you're not primarily at least interested in discussing it from an ethical kind of framework. Like, is it a good way to live your life? And is altruism is a bad way to live? You're more interested in egoism, correct me if I'm wrong, but from a metaphysical kind of perspective, just like what does it mean and what
Sure. I mean,
is what is an ego a fact or something like this? It's not really an ethical
right.
issue, it's more of a metaphysical issue as you're interested in it.
I mean, maybe the topic of atheism and supernaturalism may be more in alignment with the question, but the question would remain the same, where I would be analyzing the epistemology because you think atheism is a fact, right?
Well, this is kind of the same issue we came across before. Like, if by that you mean some kind of proposition, then I would be comfortable saying that's a fact. But if you mean something other than that, then I'm not sure. I would want to assent to saying atheism is a fact.
Well, A fact, I think how you're using it is a necessarily true proposition, right?
Uh, well, I'm hesitant on the word necessarily. I do think if something is a fact, I do think it's true for one thing, and I'm at least entertaining the idea that it needs to be a proposition. I guess I'm open to argument on that part of it, but it at least has to be true.
Do you think that
And
before there were humans, were there facts?
yes,
Okay. Are humans
yes,
the things that create propositions exclusively?
exclusively. Um, I guess if that's, well, I mean, there have to be non-human things. Like, let's say the fact that
I want to study the actual
Jupiter
world.
exists,
Yeah.
the fact that Jupiter exists, that's true, independent of humans, before there were any humans. But the proposition, um, now there's, I guess I'm remembering now, philosophers distinguish sometimes between the propositions and sentences, where sentences are man-made things, whereas and they're in common between different languages. Like um, today is Tuesday, and hoy es martes in Spanish are different sentences, but they reflect the same proposition. So the proposition is like an abstract entity. I think this is the way philosophers sometimes think of it. I guess I'm not sure I would want to sign on to that. I might take a more um, uh, epistemological view of propositions where they do involve a mind grasping it. There's no abstract. I don't think there are abstractions independent of a human mind.
But are there facts?
I do think there are facts independent of a human mind.
Nice. So then a fact wouldn't necessitate being a proposition. It could be included within it, but it wouldn't necessitate there being a proposition or a propositioner.
A fact wouldn't necessitate a proposition. Yeah, I guess the way I'm at least open to that view. I think some philosophers might deny that, but I'm not among those philosophers right now, at least. I'm open to saying, yeah, there could be facts independent of propositions.
Nice. And would that apply to objects or nouns?
Yeah, there could be objects like a rock, an asteroid, independent of propositions about it.
And those would be facts, right? Like before humans, planets were facts of reality.
Um, well,
Or about
let me just say
reality
yes. Let me
within
just say
reality.
yes. Like I might want to hedge that a bit, but it might not be relevant to hedge it. So let me just say
No
yes
worries.
and go along with it for now, and at least for now, and see where it goes.
Okay. Is a rock more of a fact about reality than you are?
Is it
Or
more of
a
a
planet?
fact?
Yeah.
No, no, I wouldn't say it's more of a fact.
I wouldn't say that either. So if rocks are facts about reality and planets are facts about reality, then when I ask you, are you a fact? What do you think?
Okay, yeah, let me continue saying yes, I'm also a fact.
Nice, man. Congratulations, man. I think that from here you have the ability to analyze what it means for an objective experience, which is the fact of our existence, with self awareness itself. And through a system of honest storytelling, we have the ability to connect with the word that we truly believe in beyond just social utility. And the more that we analyze this non dogmatized word, then the more the language becomes personal and self-reflective with other people who they don't have scripture for it yet. They don't have something memorized yet. So every single time I ask somebody what a fact is, if they're a fact, how do they define a fact? Either they're just telling me something that is written in the literature, which isn't a lot. They don't analyze the entailments, or they start thinking for themselves, and then something is unlocked within themselves, a higher level of awareness. You're a fact now. And the coolest thing about it is you're a fact whether other people believe in you or not. You have a system of infallibility now. The standard is in alignment with theories of knowledge. And I think that when this becomes the focal point of the conversations, it's like, you know, the people who are logic maxing every day, but not pairing that with a necessary system of epistemology, that goes out the window. Anybody who's going to logic max ought to have an entailment epistemically. If not, then they can't be claiming to know any system of logic that they're referencing. Graham Oppie also said that he's not a fact, by the way, which, yeah.
Okay. Um, I followed a little bit of that maybe, but I don't think very well. But so where do we go from there? Is there some further implication of all this, or
Well,
what's the
from
upshot?
from there, from there, if we wanted to go forward, I would ask you, as a matter of a fact, with self-awareness, do you believe in a single good word as a matter of a fact? Can you say a good word or do a good word as a matter of a fact? Is that possible for you?
Can I say a good word or do a good word as a matter of a fact?
Yeah, do a good word would probably translate better to do a good thing, but words are
Uh,
things.
could I do a thing as a matter of a fact?
A good thing as a matter of a fact.
These questions seem very strange to me. Um, maybe I
Um,
should just start by saying that. Um, I think maybe we should wrap this up soon. We can do another minute or so to close this out, but I think I might want to take some other calls here. If you have any last things you want to say on this topic, go ahead.
yeah, man, I thank you for the conversation. I hope, bare minimum, you think about what it means for you to say a single factually good word, because if you don't believe in a single factually good word, then all of your words are either neutral or bad, including but not limited to your actions. You're a self reflective moral agent. I believe in you. I think that you are eternally loved. Um, and if you ever want to talk again, I'd be more than appreciative for it. I know that I speak differently, but it's because of the theories beyond memorized dogma. And I think that it's important for people to learn how to think for themselves and to read a book and then to put it into their own words to avoid this parroting system that exists.
Okay. Well, thank you for your call. Appreciate it.
Love you, brother.
Bye bye. Okay. Hello, Bree. One of my mods is here. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the likes. I already said that, I guess. Hey, Bree, thanks for the rose. What is this? Oh, Hi Bear. Somebody sent me Hi Bear. Thank you. Gotta study Max. People like to use this term Max. GMS Lindsay, thanks for the rose. Oh, thanks for sharing the live. Okay. I like to take a little breather between calls. I see I got 4 people in their request list. Jacoby, GMS Lindsay, Conservative Demon, Gotta Study Max, and now Constantine Chronicles. All right. And I remember some gifts from GMS Lindsay and Gotta Study Max. So that gives them an edge. How much is a high bear worth? I don't think I've ever had a high bear gift before. I gotta look that up. How much is a high bear worth on TikTok? 11 to 15 cents. And okay. Anyone want to outbid high bear or outbid that gift? It's like an auction. I'm auctioning off spaces. Going once, going twice. Um, or does anybody else here on the list have a large number of followers? There wasn't a big uptick. I think I saw it get up to around 130-ish, maybe. Um, but maybe a lot of his followers just don't have an interest in philosophy conversations because he said he posts about sharks and dogs. So my last guest, who had almost 1 million followers, maybe a lot of his followers aren't really interested in this kind of content. And I didn't notice the number go up dramatically. So does anyone here in my list have a lot of followers who are interested in philosophy and ethics, politics, debate? Does anyone in my list have over 5,000 followers? I'm looking in the chat to see if anyone answers. Oh, Constantine, you say yes? Let me take a look at your profile. Oh yeah, you got 6,000, over 6,000. And I see you have a YouTube channel. Worldview, theology, and philosophy. That's what you have in your bio. No videos, just reposts. What would you like to discuss, Constantine? Does this guy want to talk or not? I just asked you a question. Did you give me an answer? Constantine, I asked you what topic do you want to discuss? I didn't see an answer. You want to talk about the prompt? Which one? I have a lot of things on my prompt. I have 15 different things. Shouldn't you be able to defend any of them? Yeah, but I want to know which one you want to talk about. I mean, sometimes I'm not in the mood to talk about a certain one of them because I like if I just had a conversation on something, I might want to take a break from that topic and discuss something else. Or, um, I mean, do you have any preference among the topics? Okay, take down the ones you don't want. Uh, all right. You're not making this easy for me. How about let's just pretend we're on a call right now and I say, "Hello, Constantine, what would you like to talk about?" And then you say, "Any of these." And so you want me to choose one? I guess I could do that. Um, Also, do you agree to be civil? Let's not pretend and bring me up or just decline. See, when you start talking like that, it gives me bad vibes. Like accusing me of pretending implicitly. Like it has a kind of confrontational flavor to it, and I don't like that. So that a comment like that actually makes me less likely to want to talk. Okay, well, I'm going to pass on it. Um, I'm going to pass on you for now. Um, I guess mostly because of your pretend comments. I mean, I could have chosen something. It seemed like you didn't really have much of a preference yourself, so I guess I could have chosen one. I could have come up with a choice, but then you put in this comment about pretending, so I'm going to pass on you for now. But thanks for your interest. Maybe another day we can talk. I like to have civil, benevolent engagement here. That's part of my egoism, actually. Part of egoism means doing what's best for yourself, and I think what's best for myself is to have benevolence conversations. What's your beef with collectivism? It subordinates the individual, and I think the individual is there's nothing more important than you as an individual. Why should you place something higher than yourself? Chandra keeps saying stuff like you're scared, you're running. I think you're very wrong, Chandra. Is it does it show I'm scared because I insist on having civil, benevolent conversations? Is there something wrong with that? I think it's just a smear people sometimes say. Like if you have certain standards for a conversation, like you want civility or benevolence, then like any reason you turn anyone down, some people will say, "Oh, you're running." I don't think that makes any sense. I mean, I think it's good to have standards for a conversation. All right, let's see. Got a Max. He says, "Can I join to talk about capitalism?" Oh, you sent a dolphin. Let me look that up. And some finger, what is it? Finger hearts? 13 to 15 cents is how much a dolphin is worth. All right, well, I appreciate your gifts. So let's see. Are you, oh, you're not in the list right now. I think you, oh, now you're there. Okay. Well, since you sent a variety of gifts, so I'm gonna take your call. All right, here we go. Gotta study Max and capitalism. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. I just had a quick question. So basically, for as far as capitalism goes, I'm just wondering, it's like a debate whether people think that billionaires should exist or not.
That's a topic you want to debate, or
Or I'm just saying, I'm just asking you as a question, sort of like, I mean, I don't really think do you think ethically that you can become a billionaire without like sort of like causing harm to society, I guess?
oh yeah, absolutely. I think you actually do a lot of good for society. not that that's the most important thing. I think the most important thing is to do good for yourself. But I don't think there's any conflict between getting super rich and benefiting society. Like Jeff Bezos, I think he did a lot of good. We benefit tremendously from Amazon and the services they provide, and then as a reflection of all the benefit he gives us, we're willing to pay him for that benefit because we value it so much, and he becomes a billionaire. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, I heard people say that, but some people will say that there's no amount of work you can do to deserve that much money, I guess, as some people say. Like you can't like work like the what you're providing is not worth as much money because even though he started the company, he's not the person that's like obviously packaging all the stuff and like driving the trucks and stuff like that and people like that are managing it all, but I don't know if you can say that.
Well, that's a common claim by Marxists. I think Marxism is deeply flawed. It doesn't recognize the value of intellect. It's more focused on manual physical labor, and it thinks the real creators of value are the people doing the manual labor, like the factory workers or the people on an assembly line, and the CEO who just sits in his office and he's just a parasite. He's not really adding anything of value. But I think that's a smear. And
Oh,
um,
I see. It's more about the value that they give rather than like than the manual labor that they're giving, sort of.
yeah, working the value you produce is not just a function of how how many calories you burn. Like you could work very hard and burn a lot of calories digging holes in the ground and then filling the holes back in, but you haven't
Yeah,
produced
that's
anything of
true.
value. So just working hard doesn't mean doesn't mean you're creating value. Whereas if you're working smart, then that means you are creating value. And it's very rare to find someone with the talent to successfully run a huge corporation like Amazon. It's very easy, relatively speaking, to be a janitor and sweep the floors. So that's a very interchangeable kind of position. Whereas it's very hard to find someone who can manage, thousands or hundreds of thousands of people and through, managers and different levels of management, and give a vision for the company and maybe change course, maybe enter new markets. Um, like maybe at first Amazon was just a bookseller, and then I guess it got into cloud computing after a while and making decisions about the direction of your company, whether you want to enter different markets. That requires some very um, strategic, high level thinking, which isn't really necessary to sweep floors. So, and it's very rare to be able to do that high level kind of thinking, which is why CEOs get paid so much.
Is there like a specific type of capitalism that you like? Because there's like a free market where you can really do anything, and then there's like a little bit less like freedom and stuff like that. But is there a specific like type of capitalism that you would like prefer?
I don't think there are types of capitalism. I think there's one type of capitalism, which means people are not subject to coercion by the government, either in the form of taxes, where you are coerced to give away money to the state, um, or through regulations. That's another way of coercing people. And I distinguish regulations from laws. I don't think they're the same thing. I think regulations are a subset of laws, and we can talk about that more maybe. But
Because I was gonna say like with like I forgot when it was, but I think it was like when Standard Oil was so big that they had to like because obviously like when it gets to a point when like a company owns so much part of the market that it gets like impossible for there to be other competitors. I was just saying because like it isn't in like a free market that you can basically like have a monopoly.
okay, by the way, I'm experimenting with muting and unmuting my mic.
Okay.
So, um, I've got this button here that I press. So if I ever forget that, maybe that's why. If you lose my sound, that might be why. So you can just let me know in the chat out there, and I'll correct it. But So the concept of monopoly, I think it's I don't know that it's a useful concept outside of cases where the government is granting some some company the sole right, like a utility company might have a monopoly in a certain state to produce water or power, electricity. That would be a government granted, state government granted monopoly, and I oppose that. USPS, United States Postal Service, would be another example of a government created monopoly. So there's certain types of mail which only USPS can deliver. And FedEx and UPS, they can deliver other types of mail, but certain types of mail only USPS can deliver. So they have a coercive monopoly. That's the only kind of um, so-called monopoly I oppose. But like right now, am I a monopolist? Am I a single seller in the market? Well, if you get specific enough about the product I'm offering, yeah, I am a monopolist. Like there are other TikTok live streamers. You could say I'm
Yeah, like
competing
other
with them.
debaters, but
But what about the market for Dan Norton style TikTok live streams? I'm the only one who can produce a Dan Norton style live stream. So do I have a monopoly on Dan Norton style live streams? Do
but
you
I
have a
guess we could say
mono?
like Dead Norton style live streams aren't necessary to live, whereas like you kind of need like oil and stuff to be able to like get throughout your life, sort of.
Okay, well, so I guess you're drawing a distinction between some things you need to live. Well, who needs it? I mean, maybe I need Dan Norton style live streams to live. Maybe I make my money off of it, or at least that's my goal.
Wait, I have
So
a
I might
question.
need it.
Someone in the chat just said this is a complete scarecrow argument. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
I don't know. And I don't know if
Okay.
they're talking about what I'm saying or what you're saying.
Oh yeah, me either. So sorry. I just was wondering if I said something that was like contradictory or something.
So I
Or
don't think
straw
there's
man.
any I don't think there's any right to be able to compete successfully. Like I couldn't compete with Amazon and do what it's trying to do. Um, at least not right now. Like maybe given enough time, like if you give me a few decades, I could become a competitor, but I can't compete with him right now. But I don't think I have a right to compete. Or like I couldn't be a NBA player, right? I can't compete with LeBron James and um, other NBA players, but I don't have a right to compete. So that market is it's not legally closed to me. I mean, I guess I could go to tryouts. I
Hmm.
probably wouldn't even qualify for that. But I don't think there's any rights to compete in a certain industry. Now, you do have a right to find some kind of work. Like maybe I couldn't make it as a professional basketball player, but I could make it as an Uber driver or computer programmer. But I don't think there is any right to have a certain line of work. There's a right to make a living somehow, some way, but you don't have any rights to compete at a certain level of success in any particular industry. Um, let me just pause there and see if you want to say anything.
Okay, yeah. I didn't want to take up too much time. I haven't really done many of these debate things, so I just want to try it out, because it seems sort of interesting to me. Also, I just had like one tip, like for that guy that was right before me. Like I don't know if you can tell, but like he had like a large amount of following, but obviously not many people joined. I also went to his account. You can kind of tell. I think maybe his account was either bot or the followers were bot because all the people that are following had like 9,999 like people that they were following, and like most of his videos, like he only had 3 videos, which was just kind of confusing me. So I don't know if he's using it as a way to sort of to get into these live debates to be able to debate people because people see his following account and then they'll be like, oh, he should be first to let in because he has so many followers. But that's all I want to say.
Okay. Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, maybe I'll look into that. Bree says the followers weren't bought. I know Shark. That's she's my mod, one of my mods in the chat.
Okay, I
Um,
was just a little confused because he only has like 3 videos, so I don't know why he would delete all the rest of his videos. And his videos only have like like a couple of thousand views when he has like almost 1 million followers. So it just didn't really make sense to me. But um, I was just wondering.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your call.
All
Thanks
right.
for your contributions.
Wait, can you kick me or how do I leave? I've never done one of these.
Oh, yeah, there's a way to disconnect. I don't know how, I forget how you do it on your ends,
Yeah,
but
you could just kick me, but thanks for talking.
sure. Okay. So that was Gotta Study Max, right? And thank you again for the gifts you sent. Oh, thanks for the heart me. Horizontal in inquiry. I remembered you said your name is it's three separate words. At first I was thinking it was horizontal inquiry, two words, but you pointed out that it's horizontal inquiry. I'm still not really clear on what you said something about what it means. I don't think I fully understood what you meant by horizontal. Um, but anyway, thanks for the gift, the rose or the heart me. Thanks, Eric, for the rose. Um, I like to take a little breather between calls because calls they're higher intensity than engaging with chat. Chat's a somewhat more relaxing. It's like when you go to the gym and you take a little break between sets. Taking a call is sort of like doing a set at the gym, and now I'm resting in between sets. Stop swallowing so hard. Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of these mouth sounds. See, that's why I was going to use this mute button on my mic, but the swallowing comes at irregular times, and I don't know how to get rid of it. I mean, I've tried different filters on my mic. I could just so I'll put my mic further away. See, tell me if that helps. And if that doesn't work, you can let me know if you have other ideas. Age requirements, 18 and up. Turn down your gain. How do I do that? Let's see. I got a mixer here. Okay, I will. Right now it's in the middle. It looks like it's about 50% for my. I'm gonna put it down to like 25%. All right, I just lowered the. I don't know if this is the gain, but on some volume mixer thing, I just lowered it to. It says 25% now. So is that better? Sound lower or softer? It's working. The volume sounds lower. Okay. On the other hand, you want to be able to hear me. Okay. So I guess maybe you could turn up the volume on your end if it sounds too low now. Someone says it sounds good. You got to make no mouth noises while trying to do that. Someone says it's better now. Okay. There's a distinct lack of lip smack. Everything is fine. Okay. Well, hopefully it stays fine. And hopefully my guests, I guess I could also adjust my guests' volume. Not sure how to do that, but now that I've lowered my volume, the guests might be loud relative to me, but we can deal with that once it happens. Maybe I'll try to do a sound check at the beginning of the next call. All right, let me go back to my guest list. Reminder again, I put all these on YouTube after the fact, so if you weren't here for the full stream and you want to hear it, or if there's a past stream that you missed, you can go to my YouTube channel, Dan Norton 1. I'm looking to grow that as well. I've done debates with Ray Philosophy, K, Facts Still Matter. Those are some of my biggest debates, which have the largest audience. All right, I've got 10 guests now in the request list. Conservative Demon, Jacob V, GMS Lindsay, Eric U for UBI, Amia, Sam, Edward, Specific 8, Leo Philosophy. Oh, he just dropped out. And Batter. Eric sent some roses. Now, let's see how much a rose is worth. A rose equates to roughly 1 cent to 1.5 cents. Okay, so does anyone want to outbid that? So I get a lot more money when I stream on YouTube. Like sometimes people they do super chats and they'll send me $5, $10, $20. The gifts are on TikTok are much smaller denominations. You can't even send a gift on YouTube if it's under $1. Did I say TikTok? You can't send a gift on YouTube if it's under $1, but on TikTok you can send these very tiny gifts that are worth like 1 cent. So that doesn't give me a lot of motivation to take your call. I mean, I do appreciate it, but I am trying to make money at this. So if you send me something larger, much larger, that's going to help your chances more. Sending a gift of a few cents isn't going to help your chances a lot. But I do appreciate it. Someone sent me a corgi in my last stream. I think that might have been the largest gift I ever had. It cost like $5 or $6, I think. But then TikTok took half of that, and then there's some fees on top of that. So I think it only ended up netting me like $1. But I think that might have been the largest gift I had. You can also send PayPal, and that's a way for me to get more bang for your buck because PayPal only takes like 3% out of the gift for itself, and I get like 97%. Whereas TikTok takes like 50%. So if you send me money through PayPal, Dan Norton 11, that's my PayPal account. If you send me that money that way, I'm gonna count that as more because I get a higher percentage. Why are you doing this for money? Because I want to make money doing what I love. I don't want to have to spend my time doing something I'm not really interested in just to make money. I'd rather be able to spend my time doing what I really enjoy doing and make money that way. I think that's what everyone should aim for. Find a job you love. Seems like you're in it for the wrong reasons. Why? Why is that a wrong? That's a beautiful reason. Sustain yourself doing something you love. Now, if you have a self-sacrificial morality, I can see why you would say it's bad. But I'm an egoist. I'm here to enjoy my life, to be happy. I think it's a very moral thing to do what I'm doing, but I have a morality of egoism, which I learned from Ayn Rand. Someone says, I've sent gifts. It keeps, see, every time I scroll down to see this earlier chat, the new chats push it up and I can't see it anymore. So I think if I go into this other chat window, I'll be able to control the chat better. Someone said they sent me gifts. That's the one I was going to read, but I kept losing. Oh, here it is from GMS Lindsay. I've sent gifts and have good faith questions and a mic. Okay, I appreciate the gifts. Let me see what gifts you sent 10 roses. So that's like 10 cents worth. But you sent some earlier, right? You sent a rosa. Oh, is that a different type of rose? I've never seen rosa as opposed to just rose. Let me look up rosa to see how much that's worth. Oh, it's just telling me what a rose is. I don't know why it says rosa. Does anyone want to send me like a large gift, like $1 or more worth? I'm trying to bid up the price here. What about the goat? Philosopher Boda sent me 20 goats. Now he's not in the request list, but I'm still curious to see how much a goat is worth. Oh, wow. Um, 500 TikTok coins, which equals roughly $5.25 to $7.50. Okay. Well, goats. I think that's the largest gift I've ever gotten, maybe. Well, I did get a hat and mustache once, that animated thing that pops up on the screen on I don't know how much that's worth. But as for yeah, let me look that up. How much is a hat and mustache worth? Oh, that's less. That's 99 cents to $1.48. So I think Philosopher Boda might have the record for sending me the largest gift. If he wanted to come up, I would take his call, but he's not in my request list. Thank you, Philosopher Boda. You sent 20 goats? It says sent goat times 20. So does that mean you sent me like $100 worth? I don't think that can be right because, whoops, I knocked my mic over. Because it says in my analytics here that today I've earned 57 cents. So I think if that's including the amount I got from the goat, a goat can't be worth $5 unless I'm misunderstanding something here. Thanks for the likes. We're up to 4.1K likes. Thanks for the follows. Okay, so it looks like the only people in my list that I recall getting gifts from are GMS Lindsay and Eric, but I think the gifts are still pretty small, like under $1 total. Um, so I'm not making minimum wage yet here. Yaron Brook, he's an objectivist podcaster. He has a goal. He's on YouTube. He has a goal of getting $250 per hour, and he gets there regularly. He often does like a 2 or 3 hour show. So he makes some serious money over there. Now, I don't expect to be making that much right now, at least. I'm not expecting to make $250 an hour, but can I at least get like $5 an hour? Sub minimum wage. The federal minimum wage right now is like $7.25 or something, right? So I'm still well below federal minimum wage. Like I'll do a 7 hour stream and make $1. Um, so that that's not going to be sustainable financially. So I have to subsidize this by doing other work, but I'm trying to make this financially self-sustaining, and maybe a way to do that is to hold out on taking calls until I start getting some more money, or if you have a lot of followers. Um, So, Eric just sent me a hat. Maybe I missed the hat and mustache. Was that one of those animated things? Because I guess if I'm not looking at it at the right time, I might miss it. But let me see. Oh yeah, you did send me a hat and mustache. And I guess, all right. Well, I think that's probably makes you the largest gift giver today. All right, I'll take your call. Thanks for the hat and mustache. I don't know if you want to talk about UBI because it says that in your name, but anyway, I'll take your call and let's keep it civil. If you want to be up here, if you want to stay up here, it's got to be civil. Okay.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, all right. What's up?
Nothing much. I was wondering if you were ever going to debate someone.
Yeah, I regularly debate people, but sometimes I take a while in between calls.
Right. Money.
Yeah, money. That's part of
Money.
the reason.
Money,
I'm
money,
trying to
money,
make
money,
money at
money.
this.
Isn't it funny that your incentive structure like delays the actual substantive like uh conversations that you're trying to seek?
Isn't it strange?
It's kind of funny.
I don't think it's funny. It's just
Like
something that I
like
find it's reasonable to do. I mean, if
well,
I just immediately take callers, caller after caller after caller, and I'm not getting value necessarily, then am I really, is this a good thing for me to be doing? If my goal is to make this financially self-sustaining, then I have to exercise some discrimination in the calls I take in order to achieve
right.
that goal.
But realistically speaking, you're never going to make this financially sustaining. Like many
Why not?
TikTokers. I mean, let's just say statistically speaking, most people that do these kind of TikTok lives never really make money out of it,
Okay. Well, I don't
statistically
I don't know what the
speaking.
stats are. Like I don't know if most people can't, but I'm not trying to be one of most people, I guess. Maybe only a few people could do it. I don't know if I'm going to succeed, but I at least want to try.
Right. Yeah. But like I said, you delay the actual substantive content that you want, that you're here for. I mean, I'm assuming you're here for actual conversations and debates.
That's part of it, but it's not the only thing. I'm also
Mm.
here to make a
But
living.
but you see how the money incentive delays and actually just bores people waiting for actual content?
No, I don't. Like, would you have contributed the hat and mustache if I hadn't delayed?
Right. No, 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 fair. But like you're like fishing for rewards and you're delaying like the actual output of content, right?
Yeah. But in the end, I think it's worth
Well,
it.
let's pivot to like how capitalism, the way it's structured right now, doesn't really um let's put it this way. I like to think the world about the world in engineering, meaning that you're always trying to strive to create systems that are efficient and uh, have the out must you're trying to increase the output and decrease the input, right? Which is what do you call it? The profit incentive is, right? That's all it is, right? You're just trying to invest the least amount of money and make the most amount of money out of that investment, right? Is that
Well,
accurate?
I think you're trying to be efficient, like all things being equal. I think it makes sense to produce more with less resources. Like
Right.
if you can hire robots and they're cheap, it's
Ex-
cheaper to hire robots than to pay employees, then
exactly what I'm getting at.
hire the
So
robots.
so this is my problem with capitalism. You would hope that capitalism, and for the most part, it has achieved a lot of engineering, like maximize again, like just creating systems that are efficient. But I think we tend to fall under a capitalism that is inefficient and wasteful and doesn't really uh, solve like solve systemic issues.
Okay. Well, there's and I'm thinking of what is the best direction to go here. One thing we could talk about is what is capitalism. I think there's a
Right.
lot of misunderstanding about what capitalism is. So, like for instance, I would say today we are far from capitalists in the US.
Mm.
But many people would say, no, this is a capitalist system. So I don't know if we should talk about that.
Hmm.
We could also talk about the morality of capitalism. I think a lot of people's like even if people understood what I meant or what Ayn Rand means by capitalism, people might still disagree with that. And I think often they do for moral reasons. And
I'm not much about morality. I don't care much about morality. I care about like systems and efficiency. So, when what comes to mind is planned obsolescence, right? I think that our capitalism right now is structured around like just making bullshit products just for the sole reason of fucking making money. And so then you create this like all of these made in China plastic bullshit that is shipped to America because it's just cheap and just someone needs to sell something. And to me, that's wasteful on the resources end of creating products. And also, I'm not interested in that type of bullshit. I am interested in, again, engineering efficiency, creating machines that are, that last long, that actually do things, that solve problems. And again, engineering is all about making machines better and better and better and better, right? And you mentioned AI and automation, and I think that's the next progression to humanity. But it will come at a price, right? Humans will lose their jobs.
all right, well, it's interesting to me that you said you're not interested in morality, you're interested in efficiency, but I don't think you can escape moral questions. Like, why should I care about efficiency? Is that a good thing?
It is, absolutely.
Is it moral? Is it immoral? Is it neither?
Um, I mean, depending on what we're talking about in terms of efficiency, but like, um, I think that we have to contend that we live in a world with limited resources and we have to be smart about how we use those limited resources. We have to be efficient when it comes to using those limited resources. If we are right now, we're dealing with shortages in, I don't know, lithium or I don't know what sorts of fucking minerals we need for fucking batteries and shit like
Well,
that.
let's keep it clean here. Let's see if you can cut out the
Oh,
unnecessary profanity.
right. I get it. Sorry about that. But you get what I'm saying? Like we're dealing with limited resources, and I think society right now, because of the form of capitalism that we're dealing with, is very wasteful, right? Just look at the landfills, look at the trash that we're creating. Like America is known to be the most just uh, what do you call it? Heavy consumerism, right? If you buy an iPhone and it breaks, just buy another iPhone, right? So
Okay, so there's certain things you think are good. Efficiency, it seems like that's something you think is good. And I ask you if it's
absolutely,
moral, but
I
I think
don't care
that's,
about morality.
but if you say it's good, that's kind of like saying it's moral. Or do the terms good and moral mean something different?
Um, should I maybe use a different word than good? Um, best? I don't know. Like I don't care about the
Well, I
goodness. I
think these
think
are these are ethical terms, like good or
absolutely.
best. Yeah, so
So no, no,
then
best is
you
not an
are,
ethical
I mean,
term.
if you're concerned with something
Best
being
is not an
good,
ethical term. There's nothing
what?
ethical about best.
I think there is.
No, best implies that you're probably competing and you are the best compared to others, right? There's
Yeah,
nothing there's nothing moral about the word best. But
I think
again,
there is.
you seem to try to always come back. You're trying to corral this into a morality conversation, and I don't care about morality.
Well, I'm trying to say you do care about morality by implication.
But when it comes to discussing capitalism, I think that capitalism is just about systems, creating systems, right? You're creating a system that is not that is devoid of morality. You're just seeking, again, for example, the profit motive, right? There's no morality in profit motive. It's just profit. You're just trying to make more money.
I think
There's
there is morality in the profit motive. I think it's good.
no, no. I think that if you really want to get into the morality question, I think that the culture of excess in America is absolutely degrading on a fucking social and moral level.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a moral term,
Do you not?
degrading.
Is there? So let's go into the morality. Do you not think that there's debauchery in America with all the excess and debauchery in the in the in the wealthy circles? Do you not think there's debauchery?
I don't think consumption is inherently bad. So if what you mean by debauchery is just a lot of consumption,
No, no,
I
no,
see
no.
that
I'm
as
sorry. I think there's a huge issue with rich people. Let's just I don't even want to get into this too much, but like the Epstein list implies that a lot of rich people were getting into some very debauchery fucking activities, right?
oh yeah. Well, I mean that's I don't know much about that, but from
But
what I've
these are
heard,
rich
that sounds
people. These are
quite
rich
bad.
people that use their wealth to do whatever they want, right? So there
Well,
is
to
debauchery
violate
and
rights, they're violating the rights of minors.
okay, so again, because they're rich, they thought they could get away with it.
Um, well, I guess they didn't get away with it, at least not forever. Sometimes you can get away with
Okay,
something for a while,
yeah, yeah,
but I don't see this as a feature of capitalism.
yeah. Again, it's because you're confusing two different subjects. I tried not to get into the subject of morality, but you keep on insisting on getting into the topic of morality. So then I have to come up with certain issues that happen in the world about morality, which is debauchery within social circles of the wealthy, right? But we could have another conversation about capitalism, which is devoid of all morality, and it's just systems that function to create the most efficiency. That's it.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to say is that you're not really, if you talk about efficiency as a good thing, you're not really escaping morality. I don't think it's
You keep
possible.
you keep on mentioning good, but efficiency
Yeah.
is just efficiency for efficiency's sake. It's just you're just creating systems that are creating you're creating systems that are I really it's hard to use I'm trying not to use the word good, but you're creating systems that are best at creating and solving and that's it. Machines are the epitome of capitalism because you're creating efficiency. You are shedding all wasteful spending, meaning you're not gonna hire people anymore. So you are shedding like spending on wages, right? But you are creating systems that are best at doing these jobs and tasks, right? So you're shedding wastefulness. Can we agree on
Hmm.
that?
Yeah. So
But
it's
but
it's
but
Is it a good thing?
Morally speaking, and we have to understand that these are two conversations. Morally speaking, you're putting people out of work. So you are harming people by creating these machines that are much better at doing these jobs than humans.
Okay, well let's just say for the sake of argument that you are harming others. Is that a
It
bad
is
thing?
um I guess so. Yes, it is a bad thing. Sure. Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
Well, that's a moral term. Bad.
Yes, but how can I put this? Maybe you're not autistic enough, but you have to know how to differentiate. Okay, cool. All right. So we're gonna get into morality. Okay, cool. So capitalism right now is immoral in the. I already mentioned the debauchery that exists within the wealthy social circles, but also in the inequality that you see a lot of people struggling in poverty, becoming homeless. You have a lot of social dysfunction right now with this sort of capitalism. And let me preface this that I am not against capitalism. I am just an observing individual that is critical about what's going on right now. So morally speaking, yes, there is a lot of bad in capitalism right now.
Okay. Well, I don't think we have capitalism. I think we're far from capitalism.
What do we have right now? What would you
We're in a mixed
categorize as?
economy.
Okay, and so you mentioned mixed economy because of what, the social programs? What are we talking about
That's part of
exactly?
it. So there's a lot of coercion in the economy right now. All the taxes, all the regulations involve coercion, and that's anti-capitalist.
Well, you know what? This is exactly what I wanted to actually talk to you about, which is taxes and regulation. I think if you do taxes right, taxes are good for society. But I can agree with you right now that the way tax money is used right now in government, it is very inefficient and wasteful. So I agree with right now taxes are bad.
Okay. Well, I think any taxes are bad.
No, absolutely not. How do you think that we have the roads that we use right now? How do we get to that point?
I say they're bad because they involve coercing people.
No, absolutely not. I think
No,
if you have a society that you're trying to build up, you have to invest into infrastructure.
I'm not against investing in infrastructure. I'm against
Right.
coercing people.
I think unfortunately to corral people to agree on one thing is very hard. And I'm assuming that you would argue that you would want to get these things done through private means.
Yeah, that's right.
Give me a second. Dog's barking. But I think that the way we became, well, at least the US was very big on investing in infrastructure because of taxes, right? We have
No.
the Army Corps of Engineers designed the highway system that we have right now. They designed the dams, they designed the bridges. We have all of this because of taxes.
There were very little to no taxes in the first century of this country's history.
Wait, when did we build all of these things that I just mentioned? What was the timeline?
I'm just saying you don't need taxes for a
It's
country.
important. I'm asking you a very important question. When was the timeline when this
I
infrastructure
mean, sure,
was
there's
being
things
built?
that taxes are used to build, but I don't
I,
think that
I could answer
justifies
the
them.
question for you. Most of these things were built after the 1950s, right?
Sure.
And it was because of the programs that Roosevelt started, right?
Some of them, yeah. But do you have a right to my life?
I don't care about your life. I care about the infrastructure that
Well, I care
makes.
about my
No,
life.
no, hold up. The infrastructure that makes, for example, transportation efficient.
If it's going to screw my life over, what should I
It's not
care?
screwing. I'm sorry, it's not screwing your life over. Absolutely not. You
Taxes
use
do.
no, no, no. The roads are not screwing your life.
I don't have a right to my own income.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. We can discuss the specifics of the tax system, right? And I'm assuming you fall under the medium income threshold. And I agree with you that the tax system right now um, disproportionately affects your income compared to a rich people's income, right? So you're making if you're making 100, let's just say you're making $100,000 a year, right? You're getting taxed like at a like literally at a 30% rate, right? Of your total income, right? So you're literally paying $30,000 in taxes. And I think the tax system right now is hurting middle America. But I think that when it comes to like people in the upper echelons of life, they're paying proportionately to their total yearly income. It's very, very low.
All right. Well, I've heard that the richer people are, the more they pay in taxes. But it doesn't really matter. That's not the most important
Proportionally,
point
no, 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 I'm
to
sorry,
me.
proportionally
The
to
the most
their
important thing is everybody has a right to their own income. I think it's wrong to force people, whether they're billionaires or millionaires or they make five figures or four
so
figures. It
so
doesn't
let me tell
matter.
you this. There was a fire that got started by a disgruntled warehouse worker here where I live in California about a few months ago. And he recorded himself burning my favorite toilet paper in this warehouse. And he burned the whole warehouse down, right? And his reasoning was that they don't pay him enough. So let's do the math. He's getting paid minimum wage. What is minimum wage? About $17 an hour. How much does he make? You know, how much income does he take home every month? I'm assuming about $2,000, right? Even less because they try to get, warehouses are always trying to give you the least amount of hours they can to get away with not paying you healthcare or whatever, right? So if rent where I live is about 1,500 minimum, and he's taking away $2,000 a month home, like where does that leave him? So I think that the tax system is again disproportionately affecting low and middle class America, and there's a lot of talk in both aisles that are saying that maybe we should start taxing after $50,000, your $50,000 income mark, right? So the important part to realize about this is that I think it's about $40,000 that you're spending a year on just sustenance, right? You're just literally $40,000 a year of your income is going to just paying your rent, your groceries, your transportation, and other expenses that are literally just there to you're just paying these things just to survive. So
Okay, all right. Let
why
me
have
let me
we
jump in because
why
you've
have we
been going
not
on for a
fixed the
while.
tax system? Why haven't we not fixed the tax system in that regard?
So the thing you're interested in talking about is different than what I'm interested in, and I don't know how we negotiate this, but I'm not concerned with the specific details of the tax system as it exists today. My concern is to point out that taxes of any kind are immoral because they involve coercing people. That's what I'm interested in talking about, not
So
tinkering with
you
the system to make it
Okay, so
slightly different.
you don't want in your perfect world there'd be no taxes at all, zero taxes.
Yes.
Where how do you function in this world where you're not investing in infrastructure, you're not investing in maintenance, you're not investing in um, I don't know, the police department, the fire department, like how do you function in
You
this
don't
world?
need taxes for any of these things.
What do you how do you get these things?
Voluntary means there's different methods.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're struggling to make money off of this. When in your time, when are you gonna have time to volunteer for as a firefighter? Like you're struggling just to make
Now,
like
I'm not
money
talking
off of
about
this TikTok
volunteering
thing.
as a firefighter. People will get paid to be firefighters by people who voluntarily pay for firefighting services.
Right. Who's paying for this?
Anyone who wants fire insurance, perhaps?
Uh-huh. So whenever a rich person has the money, he'll pay for it. Is that what you're saying?
It's not just about rich people. You don't have to be rich to get insurance. There's different levels of insurance. Maybe some are more expensive than others, but it's not about how being rich. And there's
Insurance.
a
So,
deeper point, which is what
do
I
you know
mentioned
how, wait,
before. I have a right
do you
to
know
what
how,
I earn. You don't have
okay,
a right to.
you
It's not
mentioned
my
insurance.
responsibility to pay for you.
You mentioned insurance. Do you know how susceptible the insurance industry right now is to like not investing and not paying for, like, I'll give you one example. Here in California, there's a lot of fires. So insurance companies have stopped a lot of these, what do you call them? They've literally ended contracts because they just can't pay for all of the fire damages that have been incurring in the last 10 years. So you're saying that you're trying to depend, like, paying for fire department on insurance? What? Do you see how it's susceptible to, like, failure?
No.
I
But
just mentioned a real
I
life
want to focus on
example,
this question or this point. It's not my responsibility to live for you. Your life is not my responsibility.
right? Do you live in a fire prone area?
That's a different issue. We can get
No, no,
to
no,
that
no, no.
maybe,
You can
but
say yes or no. I don't
first I
care.
want to know, is it my responsibility to live for you?
Your responsibility to live for me.
Yeah.
I think we would live in a better world if we had a sense of responsibility for each other, but by all means, you can live your life however you want it.
So it's not my responsibility to live for you.
If you want to be like a little selfish person locked into your room and never interact with other people, I think you have all the right to do that. But we live in a society where
No,
we
that's a
interact
straw
with other
man.
people. No, it's not a
That's
straw man.
I
I'm just
didn't say I
saying
want to
you
be
you
locked
have
in
the
my own room and
absolute.
not interact with other people.
No, no, it's not a straw man. Like, you have all the right to live your life the way you want it to, but we do live
Locked
in
in
a
my room?
no, it's not a straw man. It's a, what do you call it? I'm just exaggerating, right? It's an
Well, let's not
exaggeration. It's not a
exaggerate.
straw man. Right. It's an exaggeration for, for purposes of entertainment or whatever. But
Well, it's
um,
inaccurate.
right, exaggerations are inaccurate, of course.
It's a
But
distortion.
just sure, yeah. But
Well, let's not
let me
distort.
let me rephrase this then. If you want to live your life where you just literally want to disassociate yourself from society around you.
Nope.
You don't want to participate in taxes. You don't want to.
That's not what I want. Disassociate. No, I didn't say anything about that.
You specifically don't want to participate in the tax system. You don't want to pay taxes.
That's different than disassociating from society.
You, you don't. Okay, cool. All right. So you don't want to participate in the tax system anymore. That's what you want. That's your goal.
True. Yeah.
Right. Right. And
One
again,
goal.
and right, we were just talking about what taxes pay for, and I talked about fire stations, and I mentioned to you an issue with how there's an issue right now with an increase in fires, right? That insurance companies are refusing to pay out, and they are ending contracts with their customers because they're just too many. They just can't pay for all these fire damages, right? So you
Okay.
so
I think we're going down a road which isn't really
But that's the private sector, right? You understand that I'm talking about the private sector.
the
The
most
insurance industry
relevant
is the
one
private
here.
sector. What?
So I asked if it's my responsibility to live for you, and I don't know if I got a straightforward yes or no to that.
It's is it your responsibility to live for me?
Yeah.
No, it's your choice. I
Okay,
don't.
so I don't have a moral obligation to live for
No,
you.
you have a choice. You have a choice to be moral, to be
Well,
morally
I'm
obligated
not
or
asking
not.
if I have a choice. I'm asking if I have a moral responsibility to live
No,
for
no, no.
you.
You have a choice. I'm not, no one's
That's a
forcing
different
you to
issue.
have anything. You just have a choice. You can either feel like you have a moral obligation or not. That's it. It's a feeling that I can't control your feelings,
Do you
right?
think I am morally obligated to live for you?
I don't care. You have a choice to choose
That's a
whether
different
you,
issue. That's a different. I agree. I have a choice.
yeah.
Okay. Next
So,
question. Do I have a moral
right?
obligation?
No, you don't.
Okay. I don't have a moral obligation to
No,
live
you
for
don't.
you.
Absolutely not. You have a, yeah,
Okay.
you have a choice. Again,
Okay.
we're talking about a system that you are participating in, whether you like it or not, because you're getting taxed right now.
Yeah.
You cannot opt out of it, right? But you have a choice in how you feel about it,
Okay.
right?
And I don't, I agree. I don't have a moral obligation to live for you. So next question is, should I be forced to pay for you?
Should I? Huh? Should you be forced to pay for me? Meaning, so let's okay. So if you're paying into the system, you're not just paying for me, you're paying for you as well, right? So do you have a moral obligation to pay for us is the question.
No, that's a different question. I want to
You're
know if
paying you're
I
paying
should be forced to pay for
you're paying for
you.
yourself too. You're
Yeah, I
paying
can
for
do that
yourself.
without, I can do that on my own. I don't need anyone to force me to pay for myself.
Right. So let's talk about specifics. Are you going to pay out of your pocket when there's no taxes?
No,
Are
that's
you
a
going to
different
pay
question. I want
are
to
you going to
know.
pay out of your
You've
pocket
answered.
to pay
I will pay for
for these
myself.
services and these
I want to know if I should be forced to pay for you.
mm, when you say it that way, yeah, of course I'm going to say no. But you don't understand how you're not paying for me, you're paying for us. You're paying for yourself as well, right? When it
I'm
comes
being forced to pay for others. I'm not being forced to pay for myself. I can pay for my own things. I don't need anyone to force me to pay for me. I do need someone to force me to pay for you.
Wait, what? Sorry. Say that again.
I'm happy to pay for myself. I don't need someone to force me to do that. But I do need someone to force me to pay for you. That's not something I'm doing voluntarily. So do you think it's right that I should be forced to pay for you?
Sorry. Again, you're not you're implying that you're not getting anything out of this. Like again,
No, I'm not implying that. I am getting something out of it. I don't want it. I'm happy to pay for myself.
you don't
Leave
want
me free to pay for my
right.
own things.
Okay, so
And
let me tell you something. We're getting in, we're entering a world that is power hungry, right? There's all this talk about data centers and going electric and EVs, trying to mitigate climate change and whatever, right? But we live in a world, we're entering a world that is going to be very power hungry. Do you not think that it would be smart to invest in nuclear energy?
that's a different issue than I
No, no,
want
no,
to
hold
talk
up, hold
about.
up. No, 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 but hear me out because this has to do with what we're talking about. Would you not think that it would benefit a lot of us to uh, have more nuclear power plants to meet the demand of energy that we're coming into? Like,
Maybe, maybe
you,
not, but I think I should be free to decide that. And I shouldn't be forced because you think it's good for me to pay for that, to pay
Mhm.
for that. I should be able to decide whether I want to fund that.
Right. But the reason why I'm saying this is, again, I think that America is right now the reason why we've been a great country is because America invested in a lot of critical infrastructure because of taxes. And I think that if you want to create a better world for the future, you would want to invest into those into infrastructure into the infrastructure of the future, right?
I think
So
America is great because of freedom. not because it coerced people. And I asked you if I should be free to decide what I want to do with my money or if I should be forced to pay for you. And you said, well, when
Hmm.
you put it that way, I'm going to say no. Well, that's
Hmm.
what we're talking about here.
Can I can I
If
ask you
you
a question?
think the answer
Right,
is
right,
no, then that
right.
means you're implicitly against taxes.
So ultimately I think that taxes, it's important to talk about how we do taxes, and I think that again on both sides of the aisle, there's talk about again not taxing income below either $50,000 or $100,000, right? And so that to me, it, is I think the reason why you're pissed off about taxes is because again disproportionately the lower class and the middle class
No, it had
are
nothing to do
getting.
with that. It had nothing to do with percentages,
Yeah,
disproportion. It's about
I would
freedom.
say so.
It's a violation of my freedom. And Bree says I
No,
have a bad echo. Somebody else says my mic has an echo. I don't know why. Let me, I can look in my mixer and see, or I can try disconnecting it and then reconnecting it and see if that helps. Let me try that.
I can hear you fine.
You don't hear an echo? All right.
No, I don't hear an echo. And then Thoughtflow says they don't
All
have an
right.
echo.
I just switched to my AirPod mic and I'm going to switch back to my podcast mic, which is this one. Okay, I just switched back to it.
The
Now,
the
did you hear
podcast
the
mic is much better.
Yeah, it usually does sound better, but they're telling me it had an echo. They say good now. Okay, so I guess maybe I
Yeah.
just had to reset the podcast mic. Okay. So I think the issue of like tinkering with taxes and taxing below a certain income level, that's all irrelevant to me. I think what matters here is that I and anyone has a right to decide how to spend their own money, and they're not forced to spend it as
Hmm.
others would have them spend it.
Right. And I think the issue we have in this country is because taxes again. If you create if you create a tax system that is, what would be the right word, efficient at, not efficient, I'm sorry, that is not burdensome on your citizens, you wouldn't have these sentiments of anger and frustration over the system.
No, I would.
um
I would. I would.
I
Doesn't
think, okay,
matter.
so
It's all
I'll give you one
irrelevant.
example. We have here in
Uh,
California, we have a sales tax.
I think maybe we should wrap this up soon, by the way, so we can do like a minute or more, a minute or two more, but then let's wrap it up.
Sure. I think the tax system should be geared towards not being burdensome on people's ability to survive, first of all. I think that a sales tax or a value added tax is one of the best tax systems because it differentiates. Here in California, if you buy non essentials, meaning if you buy uh, video games, electronics, jewelry, dildos, whatever you want to buy, those things are taxed, right? At a 10% rate. But if you buy your groceries, meaning your everyday essentials, your fruits and vegetables, your rice and beans, your milk and eggs, those things are not taxed. So I think that in the world that we live in right now, with all the inequities and all the excess, again, I'm going back to the morality question of the immorality that exists within capitalism right now, with all the rich people that live in excess and debauchery. Let them. I agree. I think it's okay to let them do whatever they want. But if you have a progressive sales tax or a value tax, you will then tax their purchasing choices. And if they want to buy their Mercedes and their Lamborghinis and whatever they want, their yachts, tax that shit, right?
All right, let's end it. Thank you for your call and thank you for the gifts. Appreciate it.
Sure. Have a good one.
All right, you do. Bye. Okay. So I think all the talk about progressive tax or value added tax or flat tax or all that is beside the point. I think it's not it doesn't touch the morality of it. I think it's evil to tax people, to coerce people, no matter what permutation of it is. It's anti-freedom. And when I made it very personal, I think he agreed with that. And I said, "Is it right for you to force me to pay for your life?" He said, "Well, when you put it that way, I'm going to say no." So sometimes when you make things very concrete and specific and personal, people have a different evaluation of it. But when you talk about it in the abstract, then they lose that perspective on it, and they it doesn't seem as problematic. But I think it's important to make this very concrete and personal. So that's what I tried to do. All right. Thanks for the continued gifts and likes. Got 4 people on the list now. Edward, GMS Lindsay, Jacob V, and Conservative Demon. But as I usually do, I like to take a little break in between calls, catch my breath. Have a nice little chat break, like in between sets at the gym. Take a little rest. This live is good. No shouting competition. Yeah, that's the way I like it to be. I like it to be civil. I've been here a minute and won't take too long. Age requirements? Yeah, you gotta be 18. What do you want to talk about, GMS Lindsay? The quality of Ayn Rand's authorship. All right, not sure I want to talk about that. I think she's a incredibly good author, both in fiction and nonfiction. Is there anything else, or is that the only thing you want to talk about? Determinism? Edward says he wants to talk taxes, capitalism, free will, etc. 'Hmm. Just don't ode. You sent a dolphin. Thank you for the dolphin. 3, let him cook. That's a new one. Let me see how much that's worth. 26 to 30 cents to buy. And then it pays me 10 cents. Let me take a look at my email to see if anyone has sent a PayPal. Mm, nope, doesn't look like it. Does anyone want to be the first PayPal contributor? Thanks for the roses. Gotta study. I think I might just hold out a bit more, see if someone wants to bid the price up. If anyone wants to send me $5 right now, I'll take your call. I like a gift that nets me $5. So I guess you might have to, if you're sending in TikTok, you would have to send like $10 because TikTok takes a 50% cut. But if you send it in PayPal, if you send me $5, it's going to be worth like $4.80 or 90 cents or something, 80 some cents. So it'll, because PayPal only takes 3%-ish. So if anyone wants to do that right now, I'll take your call. I've seen you take chatters for less than I've given. Yeah, I've taken people for free, but I'm trying to make more money at this. When I start out, I'm willing to do it for less, but the longer I do this, the more I'm hoping to, the more money I'm hoping to make at it. I don't want to just forever take calls for free and not make money. I mean, unless I'm getting money some other way, like if I had a large donor who's going to pay me to like subsidize my live streaming, then I might not insist on any money this way, but I don't have a large donor who's funding me, so I'm trying to make money at this. Seven high bears. How much was a high bear worth? I forget. 13 to 15 cents to buy, and I receive a payout of 6 to 7 cents. So if you sent me seven high bears, I'm making like 49 cents. So that's I think I'm willing to hold out for more. I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate any amount. I do appreciate it. But I also want to hold out for more money. And maybe I'll take your call if you hold out long enough, but um I guess we both have a decision to make. Like you could leave at any time and I could take your call at any time and I don't know what's going to happen first. I get so if you paid $5 right now so that I net $5, I can guarantee I'll take your call right now. So I'll put that offer on the table for you. Um, if you don't want to take that offer, I still might take your call, but it's more risky. There's no guarantee. There's less of a likelihood that I will take your call before you have to leave. You say you're priced out at this point. All right. Well, um, I think I'm still going to hold out, but I do appreciate your contributions. And when you say something like that, that makes me wonder if I should take your call. Sounds like you have a negative evaluation of the stream, but then why are you here? Are you contradicting yourself? You call it a garbage fire. Well, why are you here then? Why would you want to be part of my stream if you think that's what it is? Someone just sent me a corgi. Thank you. Gotta study. Now that's a relatively large gift. Thank you. Corgi, I think, is the largest. No, there's someone. What was the other thing somebody sent me? A dolphin. I don't know the best way to keep track of my gifts here, but the corgi is pretty large. Uh, it's about $3, it says, in real money, 400 TikTok coins. So, and I end up getting $1.30 to $1.50. Oh yeah, yeah, I think that really increased my total a lot. So now I've made over $3 today. That might be a record, actually. I think that is a record. Thank you for that corgi. Gotta study. Gotta study Max. And he's #1 in my viewer list now. That must be because he contributed such a val. Wow, now he just did a spinning soccer. That's a new one. Let me look that up. Spinning soccer ball. 5 coins. All right. So that's a small gift. $5 on the table. I'll drop it, says Edward. Drop the PayPal. Oh, the PayPal is Dan Norton 11. It's listed in my TikTok bio. Yeah, Bree says it's in my bio. It's got to be civil. Remember that. So don't pay money just to come up here and get kicked after 10 seconds because you're uncivil. Only do it if you want to have a civil conversation, because I'm not going to guarantee a refund if I kick you fast. I just looked at my PayPal, didn't see anything, but maybe he's working on it right now. I hope the audio is okay. I need a guarantee that's an immediate debate. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're civil, I'll debate you right away if you send $5. I can't guarantee how long, but I mean, as long as it's civil, um, and interesting, we can keep going. This guy hosts a TikTok live for debates and charges for them. Sometimes, not always, but like when I did my first live stream, I didn't charge anything. But I don't want that to go on forever. Like, I'm trying to make money at this. This is my job. I see this as my job. So why should I do it for free? I have been doing it for free for many years. I started a YouTube channel 7 years ago. I've been putting up videos for 7 years for free, not charging anything. I finally monetized my YouTube channel at the beginning of this year, and I still don't run ads. I could run ads on my videos, but I chose not to. So you can watch those videos for free. But I don't want to just do this for free forever. I want to make money at this. I don't want to have to spend time doing other things for money. I'd rather make money doing what I love, which is this. I think you would be making a lot more money if you weren't asking for a fee. Why? Why would I be making more money that way? Oh, he just sent me $5. All right. I see it. He sent me a PayPal. Excellent. All right, Edward, I'm going to take your call. Thank you. Here we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. All right. So I don't think taxes are bad. Why?
Okay.
Why do you think taxes are bad? I want to hear you. I want to hear your
Wait,
stance.
are you the one who said this was a garbage fire in the chat?
Oh God, no, 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 no. That's not me.
Oh, okay. Somebody said that. I forgot who that was. I was
I
wondering,
wouldn't be
why are you
trying to get
still
on
here?
here and dissing your stream at the same time.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I think somebody who was in, well, anyways, okay. So, taxes, yeah, I think taxes are bad, and you're asking me why I think that?
Yes.
Because I don't, were you here for the last call I did?
Yeah, I listened to it, but he was talking an awful lot, and I was trying to hear your stance, but it just kept like he kept talking over you. So I just want to hear you, just while I'm on the
Okay.
call.
Well, I think they're bad because they violate my freedom. Taxes say that I don't have freedom to decide how I spend my money. Like I earn money at a job, it's not mine to keep and choose how to decide how I will spend it. I am forced to give away some of my money to the government against my will, under threat of jail if I don't pay the taxes. And I think that's
Okay,
wrong.
I see what I hear you. The issue that I have with that argument is that you still get to keep the majority of your income. And it's not necessarily stealing your money more than it is reinvesting your money in services that you use. For example, utilities, right? We all have water. We all have, not all of us have heat, but okay, well, I'll stick with the water example. We all have fresh, clean water that we are able to use. Yes, we pay for utilities, but the government still subsidizes freshwater utilities, right? Our money gets reinvested back into that subsidy. Or for the example that the other guy was using, Eric, we still have, we're still able to drive on the roads that are constantly repaired, upgraded for our use, right? So these taxes that we pay, they get reinvested in things that we are able to take advantage of.
Okay, but it's you said we get to keep some of the money, but I think that's we should be able to keep all of the money we earn. Like if a mugger on the street goes up to you and points a gun at you and he says, "Give me your wallet or I'm going to shoot you," and you pull out your wallet and you got $100 in it, and he says, "Eh, I'll leave you $1. I'm going to take 99 of your dollars. So, um, don't complain. I let you keep some of it."
Do you think there's
How do you
something
feel
wrong with
about
that?
that? Hmm?
Do you think there's something wrong with that? I think there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, I think that's terrible. So, I think the government shouldn't come after me with a gun and say, "Oh, well, we let you keep 70% of your money, but we're just going to take 30% of it."
I think it's not necessarily stealing it. It isn't stealing it, in fact, because you know exactly what's happening. You go into your taxes yourself, so you know what you're giving away, and so
So if you know you're being
you can plan your,
expropriated,
but you're not getting misappropriated because you're still
expropriated.
expropriated.
or
I'm sorry, can you
confiscated. Your
please
money is
educate
being
me?
confiscated. It's being taken against your will.
It's not against your will.
Oh, so I voluntarily decide to pay taxes? I'm not doing it under threat of jail?
That's like saying we live under laws, like we're getting expropriated by laws.
No, it's not like that. Laws, so the, just because there are laws, that doesn't mean you're being coerced. Like if there's a law against murder, those laws are designed to stop coercion, someone taking somebody else's life without their consent. A law against murder stops someone from doing that. But that's not coercion. That's not. So there's initiating force, and then there's retaliating force. And retaliatory force is using force in self-defense. So if someone else, like if I go up to you and I punch you, I'm initiating force. If you punch me back in order to neutralize me and stop me, you're using retaliatory force. And that's fine. That's good, actually, retaliatory force. But the government is initiating force when it says you have to pay, or it's threatening force, like the mugger on the street where he says, "Give me your wallet, or I'm going to shoot." That's a threat. He's threatening to use force. The government is doing that when it says, "Give me 30% of your income, or we're going to haul you off to jail." It's a type of initiating force.
My thought of taxes isn't as a force, but it's like you're paying to live in a good society. Like it's a necessary evil. That's how I would put it.
Okay, well, I don't think that's the right way to think about it. I can live in a good society. I think I would actually live in a better society if I had freedom and if I weren't
How come?
forced. Well, freedom, I mean, what is the value of freedom? Do you value freedom? Do you want to be told what to do? Do you want someone else to control your life, or do you want to control your own life?
I don't think I'm getting my life taken control of. I think I'm living my life perfectly the way I want it. I think I'm fine with giving away a portion of my income. And it's not just a portion of my income, it's a portion that's proportionate to the amount of income that I'm making, which makes it even more reasonable.
Okay, well, if you're fine giving away with some of your income, you can do that voluntarily. You don't need to be forced under threat of jail to do it. And I can ask you the same question that I asked Eric, the previous caller. Do I have a, oh, what was it? Oh, is it my responsibility to live for you?
Not at all. No one's forcing you to live for me. You can
Well, I
still live
am.
your
I
own
am being
life.
forced to live for others through taxation. I'm forced to fund programs like welfare, for
Let's
example, Social
say
Security, Medicare.
let's say that you are inside like the tax bracket where you're making over $100,000, right? I believe Eric's estimation was correct where it was around 30%. So you're coming out of pocket maybe $30,000. All $30,000 of that gets split equally among everyone living inside of the United States. I'm not making a hundredth, a thousandth, a 10,000th, whatever it may be, of a cent off of your tax, right? You're not paying to help me live. You're paying to help someone else who is maybe very down in the gutter, disproportionately affected by the system, by the government, to be in a better position than what they are in. I think taxes are morally good. And I think they help achieve a nice golden mean that everyone should be able to at least live by. Right now, we live in a K-shaped economy. I'm sure you know what that means. If
No,
not,
I
I
haven't heard
can.
that.
It means that right now, the consumers who are making the most amount of money are lifting up the government are lifting up the economy right now and keeping it from going into a recession, while the bottom half of the economy are really struggling to try and stretch their dollar to live inside of their means, right? And taxes help make it so that way that K shape is not as much of a K more than it is a V, right? Does that make sense? Taxes are necessary so that way no one gets left behind. And at least if someone does get left behind, there are other safety systems in place that are subsidized by the government through taxes to try and keep them there, right? And I think that I hear your point that you shouldn't be forced to pay your taxes, but at the same time, I mean, we live in a, I'm not going to say great, right? Every country is flawed, but no country doesn't have taxes. And it's for a reason that taxes are a necessary evil, so that way everyone is able to get a benefit from the government, right?
Okay.
And I
Yeah,
think
I don't
I think it's necessary. Sorry, I shouldn't have repeated that part. I'll let you speak.
I don't think it is necessary. I think it's an unnecessary evil. And I asked you before, I want to go back to this line of thought, whether I should be forced to pay for you. And you said no. And then you started saying something about, well, it's distributed among other people. It's not for you that I'm paying. I don't think I should be forced to pay for anyone. So I guess that's going to be my next question. Should I be forced to pay for anyone other than myself?
What do you mean
What
by
do you
paying
think?
for?
Paying for their lives, whether it's their education,
I think
their
that's I think that's a
retirements.
very big extreme. I don't think you're paying for anyone's lives. Oh, sorry, you were
Really?
getting into the little specifics of it.
Well, I mean,
What about
whenever
when
taxes go to support Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, welfare, public education, and these are all wealth redistribution programs. I am paying for other people, and they're paying for me, right? We're all caught up in the system together, and I don't think we should be. I think people should pay for themselves, but I don't think people should be forced to pay for other people.
maybe you're thinking about it backwards in that you're paying for other people, but you're also paying for the use of services that you take advantage of every single day. So
I
to
don't
bring it
want
back
that
to
though.
my
I don't want those. I will voluntarily pay for that myself. I don't want to be forced to pay for my own needs. I will voluntarily pay for my own needs.
like what needs
Food, clothing, shelter, insurance,
you already pay for those
medicine,
by yourself anyways.
to some extent,
Um,
but I'm also
to
getting
mo-
Social Security, or I will once I'm older, Medicaid. I don't want that. I want to be free to save for my own retirement, my own, if I have a retirement, my own medical needs. I don't want other people to be to pay for me. I want to be responsible for my own life.
so then you should pay for your own roads, for that example, because we all pay for the roads to be upkept, and you shouldn't
I'm
have the
happy to
right
pay
to
for
drive on
roads through things like tolls or advertising. I'm not against that.
But it's not just roads in general through tolls and advertising. There is much greater upkeep costs for roads than simply like a $2 toll.
Sure, yeah, and that's factored into the toll cost or the cost of living. If you live near a road, maybe the residents in that area, the price of their homes is it factors in the cost of upkeeping the community and the roads.
Then to what extent are your taxes that you're paying for right now just going to get tossed into what you're paying for privately?
I don't know. It's hard to compute. It's all a messy pot. Everything gets thrown together, and I don't think it's possible to sort out, exactly how much of my taxes are coming back to me. Who
I
the
don't
heck
think it's also I
knows?
also don't think that it's a great large leap to say that what you're going to be paying privately is going to be around the same to what you're paying in taxes.
Well, I'm not claiming it is. I'm claiming it's morally wrong to force me to pay for other people.
So then maybe you save like what, an extra $1,000.
I don't know what the numbers are, but I don't think it matters. Like the other guy, the Edward, or not Edward,
I guess I am getting into specifics, yeah.
the other guy before you, he kept going back into numbers about tax brackets and people below this amount. And none of that matters to me. What matters is, do I have a right to my own life or not? Should I be forced to pay for other people's lives?
Once again, I don't think that you're paying for other people's lives. I don't think that you are subsidizing other people's lives. I think you are
Well,
subsidizing services that you would already pay
what is the
for.
point of all the social programs then? Like Social
The point
Security
of
and
social
Medicare.
programs is to keep everyone in check,
Yeah,
and
so we're all
not
being
just
forced to pay for
yourself.
each other,
But it seems like the
being
system
forced to
is
pay for
working
each
out
other's
very well
lives.
like that.
No, I don't want that. I hate that. I want to I don't think it's working out well for me. I think I would be much better off paying for my own life and not being forced to pay for other people's lives.
How would you benefit from that?
I have freedom to control my own life. Like maybe I can't afford things right now, like a vacation somewhere or a new car or eating out at a nice restaurant because among other things because of taxes. And maybe I would be much richer. I think everyone would be much richer, at least good people who are willing to support themselves. Um, I think in general society, people would be much richer if we had a society that respected freedom and didn't
I
coerce
don't
people.
I don't think there's such a thing as a society only existing of good people.
Well, I'm not
That's
saying
another.
everyone is good. That's not part of my view. But I think the people who are good will be much better off in a free society.
But because there's no such thing as a good free society, we need to have taxes in order to keep the good and the bad from crossing over to each other, which is like taxes pay for safety purposes, like police, right?
There will be
Like,
police in a
and to
good
your
society.
point, no, why would there be police in a good society? Why would people offer up their own lives? I mean, to egoism, to do whatever you want to. Not, it's not to do whatever you want to do, but it's to live your life the way that you want to live it. It's in association with free will. Am I right to say that?
Because there are bad people in society, and it's in my interest for there to be police to protect me from bad actors in society.
I mean, sure, it's in your interest, but it may not be in someone else's interest to be a police officer. I mean, there's so many other costs that go into it. I mean, for example, there's a lot of mental trauma that goes into it. It's a tough job with tough hours. There's things that you're asked to do that people would typically not want to do, like having to shoot and kill someone if the opportunity comes down to it, right?
Some
So
people
why would
like
someone
police work.
subject them?
Some people think they grow up. They want to be police officers.
Hey, by all means, I completely agree with you. Some people just do want to become police officers, right? But we wouldn't have the same number of police officers that we would have today in order to keep society in check if we weren't paying them, the money that we have to offer. And they are subsidized by the government through taxes, right? So sure, people would become police officers, but not the necessary force that we have in order to keep the bad from, doing bad things.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with that, but I don't want to get sidetracked on this question of whether there would be enough police officers to stop people from doing the bad things. I think there would be,
Well,
but
I,
I
I
think
kind of like this line of questioning because it goes into, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do like the line of questioning that we're going down because now we're getting into free will, which you believe is good. And I believe free will is good too, but I feel like too much free will and the whole world is going to go into anarchy, which isn't your bad.
yeah, it is in my bad. I don't want to go to free will, at least not right now. I want to go back to this. You said you don't think people are being forced to pay for others' lives when I said they are through taxes. So I don't understand that. I think I am being forced to pay for other people's lives.
You know what? I'll agree with you. I believe that taxes you are paying for someone else's lives, but I don't think it's enough to the proportion that you're making it out to be that big of an issue. I think we're all paying for each other's lives, and because of that, we're living in a better world than if we weren't. If everyone was just looking out for themselves.
So you think it's right for me to be forced to pay for others?
I do think it's a necessary evil, yeah. But it's not
Okay.
to the degree that you're making it out to be. It's not like you are paying for me to go and get my new car, right? It's you are paying for me to live in a mean that everyone else can live by.
Okay. Well, I think it's wrong for me to be forced to pay for anyone for any amounts. I think I am forced to pay for you, but there's no way to quantify that, excuse me, and say exactly how much you end up getting. And same reverse, I'm getting some from you, you're being forced to pay for me. I don't know how to quantify that, but we're all forced to pay for each other, and I think that's wrong. So if you think it's right, then it's um, we have I want to explore that. Like, why is it right? Can it even be right? What makes it right? If you think it is, you say it's a necessary evil. Um, I don't think it is, but I don't know if I want to go explore that right now. Um, so what makes it? Well, maybe we can't get around that. Maybe the reason you think it is right is because it's necessary. Well, why is it necessary? It's necessary for what? For me? Is it necessary for my well-being that I be coerced to act in a
I
way that I think is not
I think it's
conducive to my
necessary though.
well-being?
I think it's necessary for everyone. And I see that collectivism is on your bad, right? But I mean, I'm willing to go there. I believe it's necessary for everyone, and I can tie this into one of your goods, because by giving people fair opportunity, it helps support their ability to exercise their free will, right? Because taxes help redistribute wealth from the top to the bottom, right? And while you may not be comfortable with that, and I believe a lot of people would be I mean, you can't go like a whole week without someone complaining about taxes in a conversation, right? I believe everyone hates taxes, but I believe everyone also understands that they are a necessary thing to pay, right? Because if they weren't paying it, then people at the bottom, say maybe someone worked their way up from the bottom all the way, not to the top, right? Or maybe to the mid-level, right? I don't think they would have that opportunity without taxes because no one would be able to look out for them. They wouldn't have the services that they need to get down, to pull themselves up from their bootstraps, right? If they were in a low-income neighborhood, they wouldn't have scholarships that are subsidized by the government. And by having that scholarship available to them, they can go on and get a degree and be a functioning part of society, which actually goes back to your good, which is capitalism and free will, because they kind of tie into the same thing, which is you're able to spend money, you're able to be a contributing part of society, and you help get the economy moving because you're able to pay for goods that you can afford, right? So to tie
Okay.
it all back together, taxes help bring someone into a working part of capitalism, which helps them exercise their free will. So two
All
goods are
right. So
able to come from a single bad.
you said at a certain point everyone agrees that taxes are good. Is that what you said? You said everyone agrees to something. And what was the something?
I think part of this could be, I mean, part of this could be coming from privilege. I mean, both of us are white males. We have not had to face a single bit of, discrimination in our entire lives, so we can't truly see the effects that taxes have on other people. It's okay to say that you don't agree with taxes, but without receiving the benefits yourself and really seeing those benefits, because we've never had to see those benefits come our way since we've never been, you know, nothing has ever bad has come our way through discrimination or just disproportionately affects us other than people who are privileged, right? I think it'd be easier to see the other side of it, which is something that we have to do in order to understand that taxes are a necessary right.
Okay. Well, you raised the issue of race there, and I don't know if I want to go into that right now. I want to go back to the my question about what was the something. You said everyone agrees on something, and I want to know what was the something that everyone agrees on.
That taxes are a necessary evil. Everyone talks about
Okay, so
taxes like they
okay,
hate
let's hold
taxes.
on. So if that's the claim,
Yeah,
everyone agrees that taxes are a necessary evil. Well, I say no, that's not true because I don't agree that they're a necessary evil. Then what?
I think you're a minority. I think you're in the minority.
Okay. Well, would you at least agree that it's not true that everyone agrees taxes are a necessary evil?
Okay, maybe not everyone agrees with it,
Okay.
but I think you
So,
disagree with it because you haven't been able to see the effects of taxes working for you.
okay, well, I might think that you disagree with it for bad reasons. So, do I now have a right to impose my view on you? Hold on, my AirPod just cut out. I can't hear you. Just give me a second to replace my AirPod.
All good. Are you with us, Dan?
Okay.
Come on, Dan. Are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Oh, wait, I can't hear you. Why is that?
Oh no. Hey, chat, can you hear
New
me?
audio device.
Come on now.
Um,
Can we get some W's
it's
in
not
chat right
letting me
now?
choose my AirPod.
Oh, nice, nice. I
That's
see your
weird.
chat, Eric.
Never seen that before.
Nice. Surfing Cola.
All right, I changed it to my Mac AirBook speakers, but what I want to change it to is my AirPods Pro, but it's not.
I
Okay,
see you all in chat. Good looks, good looks.
okay, I hear you're talking to the chat now. Okay, I got
Can you
my
hear me?
audio back. Okay,
Dan?
so let's see, what was I saying or what were you saying? I forgot
Dan, can
the
you hear
last
me?
point. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Okay. Uh, you were saying that I think you're going along the lines of that. I don't think you should believe that way. You're fine to
Oh,
believe
yeah.
that taxes are bad, man.
Yeah,
I,
I was saying
I
that
mean,
I asked you if you agree that not everyone believes that are a necessary evil because I don't believe they're a necessary evil. And then I said, okay, well, then what happens? Like does what if I think and you said, well, you
the
believe that
world
because
explodes.
you
The
you
world
believe that because
explodes.
of such and such reason, which I guess you disagree with. And if I really thought clearly about this or if I thought correctly about this, I would agree with you. But I could say the same thing about you, right? If you thought correctly about it, you would see my side and think they're not a necessary evil. So then what do we do when we have a disagreement? Do I impose my view on you by force? Do you impose your view on me by force? What
Neither. We're
happens next?
discussing. We're debating it right now as civil men.
Yeah, but but you're endorsing the coercion solution. When you talk about taxes, that means that um, you would say you think that people should be coerced. You think it's a necessary evil. So you're willing to impose by force your view on other people, whereas I'm not.
I think we're. I think this is a major exaggeration. I don't think we are forcing you to pay an egregious amount. I think this is where we get into the nitpicky because it's nitpicky for a reason, right? Taxes are nitpicky.
Egregious.
They're a whole like crazy system. I mean, you were talking about it earlier, like we were just getting into the numbers of it, and you said with Eric, the last guy, that he was getting to the nitpicking that you didn't want to discuss like the tiny little things involved in the tax system, but they're there for a purpose so that way everyone is paying their fair share, right?
Yeah, I think it's all unfair though. I think it's unfair to coerce anybody. There's no fair amount of coercing someone. Like if I go to your house and I steal something, any amount of stealing is wrong. Like it's not like it's wrong if I steal all your jewelry from your safe. That's wrong, but it's okay if I steal one fork from your or one shoe or whatever. Any stealing is wrong. It doesn't matter what the
If you knew
amount
that
is.
one, I don't think so. I honestly, if I knew that someone was coming in my house and stealing my favorite pair of J's, and I knew that those favorite pair of J's of mine were going to someone who needed those pair of J's more than I did, I'd say, you know what, take them, and then I would plan my life around it because I know that's what's coming. And if I knew that the system worked that way, where say someone who had I don't know like a whole computer, right, but they also had two more in backup storage, right, was going to get their computer handed down to someone who really needed it more than they did, I'd be like, you know what? Fine. Because at the end of the day, I hate using that term because everyone uses it like that. But the point that I'm trying to make is that it kind of brings everyone on an equal foot. And because you know it's coming, because it's clear, you can plan your life around that. Right. And as much as you say that taxes are bad, I don't think that you've been able to experience. Whoa, Carlos, Edward a simp for sure. Come on, man. I don't think that we've been able to see the the true benefits that taxes give us because we're privileged. We're both white males who have had it good. I mean, did you go to college? Did you get a degree?
I don't want to get
If
into
you don't mind me
personal
asking.
stuff because
Okay, okay, okay,
I
okay.
just don't think it's relevant. It doesn't matter. Like
Yeah,
if I've gone to college or if I'm not gone to college, it's not going to change my view of whether it's right for people to force me or force anybody.
I do think it matters though, and I'm not going to ask you to answer that question. I understand why you want to keep personalities out of it. I do think it matters though because it goes to show that we have had the privilege of going to college, right? I see that you're wearing a nice t-shirt button down. I mean, I'm wearing one right now too. I got back from my job. And I don't think it's a far leap to say that you just came back from an office job that you were able to achieve because you had a degree in college, right? And we were able to get that job because of our degree, and we were able to get that degree because we've grown up in a nice privileged life, right? And because of that, we haven't seen the effects that taxes have had on other people. And because of that, it's understandable that both of us would be able to think that taxes are bad, when in reality, they're helping people who are underprivileged be able to have a leg up, right?
Okay, well, I don't know. So I don't think the specifics. I mean, you don't know what my situation is. You know, I
I
have
agree.
a
I don't.
shirt on with some buttons. I don't know what that tells you about my wealth. Maybe somebody gave this to me as a gift. Maybe I didn't buy it for myself. But I don't think it matters. I don't think it's relevant to the discussion. I think what's relevant is that people have freedom to live as they choose, and it seems like that doesn't matter for you. You're okay, at least with some amount of theft, and maybe you're okay with a certain percentage of your wealth being stolen, but not another percent. But I don't think that's
What is
a
theft?
principled
What is
position.
theft? Can you describe? I want to hear what your definition of theft is.
Taking things without people's consents who have a right to it. Like if you have a right to something, a car, a shirt, and someone takes that car or shirt without your consent, then that's theft.
So, what must be sacrificed in order for you to have consent for taxes?
What must be sacrificed? I mean, taxes by their nature means they're done without consent. You're compelled under threat of jail to pay these. There's no consent there. I'm not pulling out my checkbook and voluntarily saying, "Hey, I want to help out the police this year. I'm going to make a contribution." And if I don't, well, I'm not going to get hauled off to jail. But that is what happens when you have taxes. If you don't pay, you get hauled off to jail eventually.
You do sign an agreement when you take a job that you will get taxed. So you do give consent for taxes. It's part of the whole onboarding process.
Well, that's imposed by the governments.
Well, no one's
I mean,
forcing you to take a
you can
job.
escape you can escape taxes by not working at all. Well, even then, you
Well,
can't
there you go.
escape them because there's sales taxes whenever you want to buy something at a store. So if someone gives you money, even if you don't work a job, let's say I inherit money, I use some of that money to buy something at a store, well, there's sales tax. So the only way to
I'm
escape
sorry, Dan. You
taxes
cut out there. Can you repeat what you just said for the past 10 seconds?
that you can't escape taxes even if you don't work a job, because anytime you buy something, you have to pay sales tax. So I guess you could go off
But
and
you,
live in
when you
some
when
uninhabited jungle or something and escape taxes that way. But there's no rights. So um, the fact that you can get away from taxes by living in a jungle, let's say, doesn't mean that taxes are not coercive. The government, where does the government get the rights to tax? Where does it get the right to do anything? I think it only gets its powers from the consent of the government, at least in a proper government. The government is our agents. It's our servant, actually, not our master. At least this is the American view of government. And the government acts as our agents. So we can delegate certain rights to the government, like the right of self-defense. So in order to prevent anarchy, like if you think someone committed a crime against you, you can call up the police and have them investigate, and instead of just confronting the person yourself who you think violated your rights and get into a fist fight with them or a duel. We have a system of whereby a government agent can act as your agent of self-defense. Where was I going with this?
here, I'll stop you because you seem to be,
I
you know,
lost my train of thought.
uh, that's fine. That's fine. We can focus on something here.
Oh, yeah,
What
I
about the people
remembered.
who? Okay,
I
go
remembered
ahead.
what it was. So you have a right to self-defense, and you can delegate that right to the government, but you have no right to coerce people and take their stuff. Like you have no right to be a mugger and take people's money on the street. So there is no right to delegate to the government, like government, be my agent of coercing other people. Do my dirty work for me. So I don't have to go out and be a mugger and hold people up at gunpoint. Do it for me. Go send out your policemen if people don't pay their taxes. So you're just outsourcing the dirty work to the government, but you have no rights to do that. That's not a legitimate right of the government to tax because the government gets its rights from citizens who delegate rights to the government, but you as a private citizen don't have the right to go around coercing people for their money. So it doesn't mean that the fact that you can say move to another country or choose not to work, it doesn't mean it's not coercive when the government taxes you. It still is coercive.
I'm sorry, can you try that was a lot of stuff to take in. Would you mind
Yeah.
just shortening it?
Yeah, that was a lot. So the only rights government has are rights delegated to it from the citizens. The
Yeah, yeah,
citizens
I'm on track.
themselves have no rights to coerce others, so they can't delegate a right to coerce others to the government.
Citizens do have a right. Wait. The citizens don't have a right to what? Others?
Coerce others.
The government works as an extension of the people. So by extension, yes, the citizens do have right to coerce the people.
The citizens themselves don't have a right to coerce each other.
It all
That's where I
works
start with. So if
it works by association because you vote for your constituents. You vote for who goes in Congress. You vote for who goes in the House of Representatives. You vote on the president, right? And they make the policies that you voted them in for.
but not everything should be up for a vote.
Well,
I
then we're taking away from free. Oh, hold on. Now we're taking away from free will.
No, should I be able to vote to enslave you? Like what if we take a vote on whether Edward should be everybody's slave
Hey,
for the
man,
rest of
we
his
can take a we
life?
can. You know what? We can take a vote on that. But my thought is that people will say no because people have a moral compass.
Yeah, but should it even be up for a vote?
I mean, it can be, but I'm more than willing to take a bet and say that people will say no.
Okay. Should we have a vote on whether there's slavery? Let's say we're living in the antebellum South in the US. Should we take a vote on whether there's slavery?
They go for it. You know
All
what? I
right.
would
So
love to.
you're
Yeah,
okay
we
with you're okay with slavery
yes.
as
I'm
long as
not
the
okay
majority
with.
wants it?
Hey, I'm not okay with slavery.
But as
I don't
long as
think,
the
and
majority wants it, that's what we should have, right?
but what I'm saying is that the majority won't want it.
Well, they
And
will at some points in history.
well, that we don't live there anymore. I mean, we're debating on
Okay, but
TikTok,
was it
an app
okay
where
at
we
that
live on
time?
shorts.
Like was
No,
it a violation of rights at that time for there to be slavery? Or is it not a
what? Yes,
violation of rights?
it
Because
was
most people
absolutely
wanted
a
it.
violation of rights, which is why we went to war about it.
Yeah, well, I
Because
say it's absolutely a violation of rights that there's taxation.
well, there have been many votes about taxation, and you
Yeah,
know
I
what
say they're
always
all wrong.
happens?
As long as they don't get rid of it entirely, they're all wrong. Just like as long as they didn't get rid of slavery, it was wrong.
So you think that there is a point in time where we are going to live in a place without taxes?
I don't know. I'm trying to help bring it about, though.
And what does that society look like when no one's paying taxes?
It looks much better, much wealthier.
Can you like in what sense?
We might have colonies on the moon by now, flying cars. Maybe we would
How
live
so?
to age 500.
Why's that?
Because with freedom there is innovation, and with coercion there is stagnation
How
and
does freedom bring about?
retrogression.
I'll stop you there. How does freedom bring about innovation? Is that what you said?
Yeah. So for one
How does
thing,
that
there's the
bring about
profit
innovation?
motive. So I'm more incentivized to work and produce values if I can keep the product of my work, if I can profit from it. If I know all of my income is going to be taxed away and redistributed to other people,
Well,
I'm not going to
this is what we're
have
getting at.
an
That's an extreme.
incentive
That's a
to
straw hat
work.
because that's an extreme exaggeration. Not all of your income is getting taxed away. It's a
It's
proportionate
not an
amount to what you
extreme
make.
exaggerate. I said if hypothetically all of my income is taxed away, I won't have incentive to work. And there's a gradation of degrees to the extent my freedom is taxed away. Like if we bring it down to 99% of my income is taxed away, I'm still going to have very little incentive to work, maybe a tiny bit more than if 100% is taxed away. Now, if we bring it down to 1% and say only 1% of my income is going to be taxed away, well, then I still have a large incentive to work. Not as much as if I were able to keep all of it, but I'll still have a lot of incentive. But the more freedom you have, the more incentive there is to produce values. You get to benefit from it more. And so with that, with more creation of values, there will be more wealth in the world, more progress.
I'm sorry, can you please summarize what you just said? That was a lot.
The more freedom you have to keep the benefits of your labor, the more labor you will do. And the more labor you will do, the more values will be created in the world.
If people can stack up wealth fast enough, then what is the incentive to work longer? People would actually work less if they could stack up wealth because it'd mean more time for themselves to spend with family, to go on vacations. There would be no incentive to innovate because everything is fine and dandy since everyone can just, we're now approaching more communistic ideals than capitalistic ideals, actually. Because if people are able to just have this own self-determinism based off of just like, oh, you don't get your money taxed, you're able to spend whatever you want your money to spend on, right? You can save it, you can hold it, you can spend it, right? People would actually be incentivized to work less, right? And if people are incentivized to work less, then we're actually going backwards since no one wants to innovate to make more money, right? The whole point of capitalism is to be able to push society to make more innovations. The last guy was actually on a right path with this. Is that innovation is good. Like this is something that made me mad. Is that innovation is good? Like taking a moral stance. Yes, innovation is great. Right? Efficiency is great. Innovation is great because it forces us to make more money with less money that we're putting into it. Right? That's the whole point of capitalism: to make more money. To make more money without having to give up as much money. Right? And so if people are told your money is getting taken away from you, a little bit of money is getting taken away from you, so go and make more money, right? Go and find a way to make more money so that way this money taken away from you is less than what you make, right? Then there we go. Taxes are good because it forces innovation. Free will does not create innovation because people would find a sense of laziness. No,
So what's your idea? The more money we take away, the more incentive people have to work?
I don't. I think there's a nice mean. I think there's a golden mean of money that is taken away to
So what's the golden
kind of
mean?
hell, man. Don't ask me. I don't know.
So you have no idea.
Well, you have no idea if a society looks perfect without taxes. You know, you're
I
debating
do.
on something that's a complete. We don't live it. How would you know? Because we don't live in one.
Because
There's
I
never been
could
a society without taxes.
I'm thinking using philosophical principles that tell me it would be better.
Like what?
Well, we talked about some of them. I talked about this sliding scale, but you disagree with that. You said that you were saying the more people you were saying the reverse, that the more people are able to keep their wealth, the less they're gonna want to work. Now, I think there will be differences. Not everyone is going to have the same value preferences. Like some people might say, "Oh, I've made enough money, so I don't need to work more now." But that's fine. They should be free to do that. Other people, maybe they'll want to keep making money. That's fine too. But I think it should be their choice. It shouldn't be up to you to impose your view on other people as to how much it's okay, and you don't even know. You don't have a number. You don't know what the golden mean is. It shouldn't be up to your arbitrary whim as to how much anyone is able to keep for themselves.
Well, just to go in historically, I think we're at a pretty fine line right now. I think if the president wasn't such an idiot, we'd be actually doing pretty good. You know, I think
Now, I think
that
we have major problems way before this president's
like what?
coercion. And we've had taxes, for instance, for over a century.
Listen, man, you're telling me that taxes are bad just because you don't like them, right?
No, I'm saying it
Like
violates my freedom.
it
That's
doesn't
not just
violate.
me. And did you say when I asked you, like, well, I guess you said it's a necessary evil, but then you said everyone agreed on that, and then I guess you conceded, well, not everyone agrees to that because you don't agree to that. That is me. I don't agree to that. And then from there, the conversation went to, well, you think you should be able to impose your view on others Um, and
Man, I
I
should have
think
been taking notes.
people,
This is good. This is good.
and I don't think people should be able to impose their views on others. So I'm not sure where the conversation went after that, but I think that's a good point to go back to is why do you think, and maybe we should wrap up soon, but we can do a couple more minutes here.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
why do you think it's appropriate for you to impose your views on others?
I'm by no means imposing my own views on others.
Well, aren't you? With taxes, you think it's good for there to be taxes, even though
The
I
majority of
don't.
people think it's good to be that the majority of people think that it's good that there are taxes.
So should we go with whatever the majority wants?
We're getting into a logical fallacy here. The majority of people, I'm not going to say they're good. I'm not going to say that they are working for what they think is best for everyone, but what's best for them, right? Which is why we have a complex governing system that takes into that looks into everyone's perspectives, that tries to keep everyone on equal footing, right? Sure, there are people like you out there that believe that taxes aren't good, but it's a minority reason. It's a minority take for a reason because people want to look out for everyone else, right? The system wouldn't be that way, or at least, right, we wouldn't be where we are without people thinking that way. Which is why we live in such an advanced society where people looking out for other people helps bring about the most prosperity. Maybe not as much as you would like, right? But for the majority of everyone, right? I believe collectivism is good, by the way. For the majority of everyone, that it's going to bring about the most innovation. It's going to bring about the most prosperity. It's going to bring about the most happiness, right? There's a reason why Norway.
You just cut out.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
There was a recent index that was released. It was a happiness index based on based on the countries that are the most happiest places to live in, right? And it was somewhere I think it was Sweden, right? Sweden is one of the happiest places to live in based off of culture, based off of education, based off of did I say I think I already said culture, education, infrastructure, uh stuff like that, right? There was five criteria. The funny thing is places such as Sweden, Nordic countries, they tax insane amounts. And yet, because of that, people actually find it one of the best places to live because it brings about the most happiness. It brings about the best educations. It brings about the best uh, infrastructures. I mean, everything that I said previously, all these criterias that were measured inside of this index.
Okay, well let's wrap it up here because I said I wanted to end it in a minute or two, and we've gone a
Oh
minute or two.
man,
So I do appreciate your call, and I appreciate your gift as well, your PayPal contribution. So thank you very much, and I'll say some more things after you go, but I do want to wrap this up now.
go for it, man. See ya. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Okay, so I will say I think I know there have been these happiness studies about Nordic countries. I don't buy them based on what I've heard about them, which they've been analyzed by Yaron Brook. He's a objectivist YouTuber. He's discussed these happiness studies, and I don't find them convincing. What else? Oh, so yeah, do you have a right to impose your ideas on others if you are in the majority? I say no. And if we had this I think this could justify something like slavery in the antebellum South. If we're in the 1830s United States America, maybe a majority vote for slavery. That's what they want. Does that mean slavery is right? I don't think so. I think it's a violation of rights. And enough people eventually came to recognize this that they decided, well, this is so important of an issue that we have to go to war over it and get rid of it because they recognized it's whatever the majority wants. That's not the proper guide to the way society should be. There's a principle of rights which is than higher in importance than what the majority wants, and it doesn't matter if a majority wants something. We still also see this with like the First Amendment, freedom of speech. Maybe the free if the freedom of speech is not primarily meant to protect popular speech. It's meant to protect unpopular speech, right? If everyone already agrees with you or a majority of people agree with you, there's nothing controversial you're saying. Well, there's no issue there, but should a majority be able to silence you if you have an unpopular viewpoint? The First Amendment says no. It doesn't matter what the majority thinks. You should still be free to express your views. So I believe in individual rights. I don't believe in mob rule or unlimited majority rule. I think that's a violation of individual rights. One other example of this, Socrates in ancient Greece. He was voted to death by the Athenian assembly. He was going around Athens corrupting the youth by having these conversations, these philosophical conversations, which embarrassed some people. And then there was a vote, and the Athenian assembly said, we're sentencing you to death. You have to drink hemlock. Is that a just system? Is that what we want? If someone has some unpopular view and a majority votes to kill them, that there's been nothing wrong politically speaking? No, that's a corrupt system. Unlimited majority rules is a corrupt system, I think. I think I believe in that individuals should be free to act as they choose, as long as they're not initiating force against other people. So we got into some of that, and maybe we were circling on some of these topics for a while, but I guess I'll end this segment by having said that. Again, thank you for your call, and thank you for your PayPal contribution. You see, it worked. I held out and for some money, and then he was willing to pay some money, and he got on the call. He jumped to the head of the list, and he had a call. We went for like 45 minutes or so. So we had a substantive call for $5. $5. So hold that in mind as an example of what you can get if you pay some money. And it's self-interest. It's mutually beneficial, right? I get some benefit from it. I get the money, and he gets to jump the line and have a 45-minute conversation with me on my platform. So we both benefit from it. And I think that's the way it should be good. Voluntarily, right? Speaking of coercion, I didn't force him to pay. I made him an offer, and he was free to accept it or reject it. And that's the way I think society at large should work. We shouldn't have taxes. It should be up to us, you know? Do I want to voluntarily pay for police or firefighting or food or clothing? If so, how much? That should also be up to me. And if I don't like the offer somebody makes me, if they charge too much for their clothing, I say, all right, no, I'm going to hold off. Or I would say, no, I'll accept that. I'll take that offer. So it's a win-win, voluntary kind of arrangement, which we had here, and which I think we should have everywhere. I don't think he should be forced to pay me any money, and I shouldn't be forced to give him a platform or give him my time. I can if I want to, but it should be up to both of our voluntary decisions as to what kind of relation we have with each other. All right. Thanks for the follows. See, we're up to 29 followers today and $3.15 on TikTok. But if I add to that the $4.85 I got from his PayPal contribution, that brings me up to, let's see, $8 total. Because PayPal takes a much smaller cut. So his $5 contribution, I think I ended up getting $4.85 from that. So adding that to what I got through TikTok today, that's $8 total, which I think is a record for me. So I'm happy about that. Thank you for helping me achieve that. And I hope to get larger and larger amounts the more I do this. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 20 minutes today, and I've earned $8. So what is that? Let's see what my hourly rate is. Got my calculator. 8 divided by 3.8 6, 7 hours. No, 3.33 hours, 3 1/3 hours. All right, so right now today I'm earning $2.40 per hour. So I haven't gotten to minimum wage level yet, but I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. So hopefully it will continue to increase. And I will also I don't so I've been streaming more on TikTok than on YouTube, but I actually make more money from YouTube. I get larger contributions there, but I get larger audiences over here on TikTok. And that's really exciting to me. So even though I could probably make some more money on YouTube, I'm valuing the larger audience and larger engagement that I'm getting on TikTok. So I've been spending more. It's been a few weeks since I did a live stream on YouTube, whereas it it's only been a few days since I've live streamed on TikTok. Um, but I want to keep both platforms going and growing. And I'll figure out what is good about. Maybe one day I'll eventually simultaneously stream on both platforms. I tried that once, but it was slowing down my computer. I think once I get to 1,000 followers on TikTok, I'll be able to use the software in a different way that makes it easier to simultaneously stream on both platforms. And then maybe I can get donations from both at once. But PayPal is actually the best in terms of the cut I get. I believe in you, host, says Eric. All right. Well, thanks. You believe I can get more money? That's what I hope. All right, let's see. How long am I going to stream today? Y- Last time I streamed, I went for 7 hours around there. Well, par- the more money I make from this, the more incentive I have to keep streaming. So that's one way to keep me streaming if you want me to. Thanks for the music something. Got a study sent me uh, a music cloud. Two music clouds. Thank you. Seen a lot of new gifts, new types of gifts. How much is a music cloud worth? Whoa, $10 to $15. That's a spinning music cloud. I received $5. Is this a music cloud or a spinning? Oh, often referred to as a spinning music cloud. Okay, well, then I don't know why, if that's what you sent me, I don't know why my total here is $3.15. That's my total for today. So if I'm supposed to get $5 just for my cut of it, then what the AI told me is incorrect about how much money I make from it. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I might need to take a break soon. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break for like 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'll continue after that. All right, and this time, let's see. I haven't tried to pause the live stream before, but if I don't pause it, I think YouTube or TikTok might stop sending my stream out in the algorithm. Because last time I took a break for 10 minutes, I came back and there was this message that popped up that said, um, "We stopped recommending your stream because your screen went black or blurry or blank." So if I step away for too long, TikTok will notice that and stop recommending my stream. But if I tell it that I'm pausing the live stream, then maybe it won't do that. It won't penalize me in the algorithm. So this time when I take a break, I'm gonna hit the pause button if I can find it. Oh, I think I found it. Okay, so I think I'll break for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then we can continue after the break. All right, see you in a bit. Oh, it says viewers can't watch this live at the moment. You can pause up to 3 times for 5 minutes each time. Okay, well maybe you could, I think you can still at least continue in the chat if you want during when I pause it. Okay, well anyways, I'm gonna try this, and I guess if I have to restart the stream, I'll do that, but I'm gonna just try to pause this. Oh, Bree says it's better to end and restart than pause. Why? Why is that better? I like having just one file. So after my TikTok live streams, I get a file that I then upload to YouTube. You say you won't be on the FYP if you pause? Okay. Well, it's only for a few minutes, right? So if I, and it puts you out in the FYP once you start it again? Okay. Well, um, I think at least for today, I just want to try it and I'll get a better feel for what happens. And maybe in the future I'll do what you say and restart instead of just pause. But I at least want to try this once and see how it goes. But thanks for that tip. All right, so I'm going to pause this and I'll come back in a few minutes or 5 to 10 minutes, I think. All right, see you soon. Welcome to part two of my TikTok live for July 14th, 2026. I was doing a live earlier today and I paused the live to take a break and thought that I didn't know what was going to happen. Apparently, you can only pause the live for 5 minutes, and then if you don't come back before the 5 minutes ends, then the live is just automatically ended. And I didn't know that would happen. So I started a new live, and here we are. So I guess next time, if I think I need to take a break for longer than 5 minutes, then I'll just end the live and restart it. But that was my first time trying to pause the live, so I wasn't sure how it worked. But I'm back. I had been streaming for, I think, maybe 3.5 or so hours in the last stream. And I don't know how long the rest of this stream is going to be, but it depends in part on you all, what questions you have, and how many gifts I get. I'm trying to make money at this. I see one person has entered the chat asking, "What's egoism, my good man?" It is living for yourself as opposed to living for others, which is what altruism is. And I support egoism. I think it's good to live for yourself. That is an egoistic and you might also say individualistic way of living. The individual is his own highest value, or should be. I don't see any reason for an individual to value something more than him or herself. I had a call with someone who was in favor of taxation, and we didn't get much into the issue of collectivism, but it did come up at least briefly. And that if I were to have a longer call with that person, I think this was Edward who I spoke with. I would have gotten into individualism versus collectivism. So he was saying at a certain point how he thinks it's good for, or it's appropriate for a majority to, like if most people want something, then um, we should go with that. And I think that's a violation of individual rights. Like if a majority of people want slavery, I don't think that makes it right. I think it should be illegal no matter how many people want it. Um, but if you're a collectivist, you might think, well, majority does matter. What's most important is not the rights of an individual, but whatever majority wants. But I think the individual is the most important thing. So I think that might have been a good direction to go in that conversation. We were talking a lot about taxes and whether they're uh, good things. I think they're immoral and they violate rights because they involve coercing people. But that's my view on taxes depends on my view on individualism. Because I think the individual is his own highest value, it follows from that I think the individual should not be sacrificed or subordinated to some group or collective. But sounded like he was more on board with collectivism. So to make progress in that conversation, I think maybe we would have had to discuss the issue of individualism versus collectivism and perhaps also egoism versus altruism. All right, I see some more people here in the chat. Thanks for joining or rejoining if you were here before the break. This is my second stream of the day. I paused the last live stream, and the stream ended after 5 minutes of being paused, so I had to restart the stream. But maybe when I post this on YouTube later, I will stitch the streams together so there's just one stream for today. All right, we got Elijah in the chat. My arm hurts. Cecil, Evan, 5-6er, Depressoris, Gorka. I saw some things from you, 5-6er, last time that I don't think were nice. You got to be civil and respectful if you want me to engage with you. I read the chat later after the live stream. I don't have time to. Oh, Elijah? Is that the I think I might know this Elijah. Let me take a look at your profile. Did you type? Can you? How is? Okay. I'm just clicking on your profile. Oh, I think you're a different Elijah than the one I was thinking of. Yeah, you're a different Elijah. But I saw you join the list, the guest request list. I do want to make money at this, so you can incentivize me to take your call by sending me some PayPal money. You can also do TikTok gifts, but PayPal is better because I get a larger cut. TikTok takes like 50% of your gift for itself. So if you send me a $5 gift on TikTok, I only get $2.50 or something like that. But if you send me $5 on PayPal, I'll get like $4.85 out of that. They only take out about 3%. So I get more value. The last caller I had, he paid me $5 through PayPal. So I moved him to the front of the line and we had a conversation. It went on for, I think, around 45 minutes. So I'm hoping it's mutually beneficial. So if you want to be able to, you will get a value from me. You'll get a chance to have the conversation, and I'll get a value from you, some money. So it's a win-win. I'm trying to make money at this. I want to make this a financially self-sustaining venture so I don't have to do other jobs in order to fund my life. I would like to make money doing what I'm passionate about, which is promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. And that's what I do here on these live streams. I advocate for Ayn Rand's ideas through discussions and debates. I love doing that, but I want to make money doing that. So that's where you all come in. And you can give me value. I can give you value by letting you on my platform to talk in front of 100 people right now. I got 100 people right now. The most I ever had was over 250 people. And that's when I had a guest by the name of Facts Still Matter, who has over 100,000 followers. So that's another way to help you get on my platform. If you yourself have a lot of followers, then that increases the chances that I will get a large audience over here, and I want a large audience. So there's a couple ways you can get on. One is to have a large audience of your own. Another is to pay me some money. Or you could try to persuade people to pay on your behalf. But I do want this to be a win-win kind of transaction. I made more money today than I ever made before on TikTok. I made $8 so far today. And I think my previous record was maybe $2. So I'm still not at minimum wage level yet. Today I'm making $2.40 per hour. That's what I calculated. Because I made $8 over the course of like 3.5 hours, or it came out to like $2.40 per hour. But I want to be making a lot more than that, and I'm doing better. Today's the best day ever so far, but I want to keep growing it. So you all can help me with that. And oh, I see, Gotta Study Max you've been sending me a lot of gifts. So I got some roses here. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the support. So I made an offer last time. Brother, interact with the chat. Yeah, I'll do that. So I was holding out for, I made an offer last time. I said, if you send me $5, I will debate you right now. And I put that offer on the table for Edward. And after, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so, he decided to go ahead and send me a PayPal for $5. So um, maybe I should do that again. And until then, and so another one of my rules, well, one of my rules is I want civil conversations. So if you want to stay up here, you need to be civil. So don't come up here and start hurling insults at me or being rude and condescending. That does happen sometimes. And then I end the calls. So bear that in mind. Don't send me $5 and then come up here and then be rude to me, and then I have to kick you after 15 seconds, and you'll feel like it was a waste of money. Now, the last person who sent me money, he was civil, and we had a nice conversation. Went on for like 45 minutes. That's after he sent me $5. So we can have a nice long conversation, but it does need to be civil. And I'm not promising any refunds. So if you get kicked after 10 seconds because you're rude right out of the gate, I'm not going to refund. So if you want to stay up here, you do need to be civil. Thanks for sharing the live. Got some more roses from Gotta Study Max. Thank you. All right, so um, I'm going to engage with the chat some, and I'm going to let's see. Yeah, I'm tempted to make an offer again like last time to see if it works. Like if you give me $5 or $10, and it has to be the net benefit. So TikTok takes out 50%. So if you send me a $5 gift through TikTok and I only get half of that, 250, that's not $5 to me. But if you send me, I think maybe if you send me $5 like through PayPal, which only takes out 3%, I'll count that as five. Um, but I am interested to just engage a little bit with chat here before taking a call. Um, I appreciate the audience. I got a lot of people here right now. So let me engage with some of the chat, and then maybe in a few minutes I'll put out an offer and say, like, if you give me $5 or $10, I'll debate you right now. All right, somebody's asking if I'm Jewish. I've seen that question multiple times. Why does it matter? What difference does it make if I'm Jewish? Sometimes I don't like to answer a question if I don't see the relevance of it. Why is faith bad? Because it means believing things without evidence. It's bad to believe things without evidence. You should have reasons for your beliefs. That's more conducive to your life and happiness. Don't act blindly. Act on the basis of reasons. You're not answering the question everyone is asking. What's the question everyone is asking? I haven't been looking the whole time at the chat. Someone's asking about Israel. Why is Israel good? Because it respects rights, like the rights of women, the rights of gays. You won't be thrown off a building if you're gay. You won't be forced to wear a burqa if you're a woman. You have freedom of speech. You won't be thrown in jail or executed if you criticize the government. The genocide claim is a smear. That's my view. I don't believe I don't believe that. I've talked about this. Israel is the most popular topic that people want to ask about. I've probably had more calls about that than anything else. And you can hear my calls. I post my TikTok live streams on my YouTube channel, so you can hear them all. And yeah, we can talk about it some more, but um, just want to let you know I have discussed that issue a number of times. Dan Norton 1, that's my YouTube channel, which is listed in my TikTok bio. And my PayPal is also listed in my TikTok bio. My PayPal is Dan Norton 11. Thanks for sharing the live, Lady Bird. Why Ayn Rand on here? Because I think she had a great philosophy, a lot of really important, true ideas, like egoism is good. But what she means by egoism is not what you might mean by egoism. She has some novel ideas about what egoism is. Got some more people asking, are you Jewish? Why do you ask that? Polly says I paid him like $1. Oh, I see you sent me some roses and a donut. What's a donut worth? 2 donuts and a shout out. How much are those worth? I gotta look that up. How much is a donut worth on TikTok? 39 to 45 cents to buy it, and then I get 15 to 19 cents. That's how much I earned from it. So that means I earned about 35 to 40 cents from the 2 donuts. And you also sent me a shout out. Let me look that up. Hmm. $2.24 to purchase. So it says I receive about 75%. Or sorry, 75 cents. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I appreciate gifts of any amount, but I need to get a certain amount in order to take a call. Not just any amount will get you up here on a call. And last time I held out for $5. Right? Don't just spam the same thing over and over. That might get you blocked. Um, Last time I held out for $5 and it eventually came through. So um, I don't know what I want to hold out for. Uh, so far, Polly has sent gifts and all right, so how about this? Let's go for I want to see if I can get a little more. Let's go for $6. If you send me $6, I will debate you right now. And it has to be I get $6. So you're going to get there easier if you submit through PayPal because PayPal takes out a smaller percentage. They only take out 3%, whereas TikTok takes out 50% or something like that. So, Paulie, I think you've sent like between your shout out and your donuts, it's well, it says I've only made 38 cents today. That includes all the gifts, I guess, including yours. Um, Thanks for all the likes, by the way. We got 2.1K likes and followers. Thank you for the followers. It says I've only got 38 cents today. So I think that includes everyone's gifts after TikTok fees have been taken out. So um, I guess I could make it so that if everyone contributes so that I've made $6 today, then I will take a call and maybe I'll take the call of whoever's in my guest list ranked by whoever's contributed the most. So I guess that would be Paulie right now. So if I get up to $6, I'll take a call. Now it just went up to 40 cents. But the easiest way to get that number up is to send me PayPal money, like Edward did in my TikTok live just before this one. So my PayPal is Dan Norton 11. So if I get up to a total of $6, we're already at 40 cents. So that just means I need $5.60 more. I can get that either through TikTok, everybody contributing together. If you all get it up to $6, or if one person or a group of people sends me enough PayPal to accumulate $6, I'll take a call. And in the meantime, I'll just engage with the chat. Let's try that. Oh, I see Bree is back. Um, Hi, Bree. So, you had recommended I restart the live stream, and I did that, not because that was my plan, but it turns out that I can only pause it for 5 minutes max, and after that, I thought it might just go back to the live stream, but it actually ends the live stream after the 5 minutes. So that the counter just went down to zero, and then the live stream ended, and then a few minutes later, I restarted the live. I didn't know it was going to do that. So in the future, if I have to take a break of longer than 5 minutes, then I guess I'll just end up restarting the stream like I did today. Okay, so I'm gonna hold out until I get $6, Unless I get bored. Like maybe at a certain point I'll say, I don't want to wait anymore. I'd rather take a call, but I don't want to I don't want to do that immediately. So if you all are if you want to ensure that I take a call, you can give me $6 right now. Or actually, I got 43 cents now. So now I just need $5.57 more. I'll take a call. But if I don't get there, there's no guarantee I'm going to take a call. I might, but I might not. I'll see how I feel. But um, see if I give in too easily, then I might just never get any money, right? If I don't hold out. So I'm going to hold out for now and just engage with the chat. All right, so let's see. Just take a call, says Midwest Hunter. Why should I just take a call? Why should I do that? I'm trying to make money here. And I'm an egoist. I want to do what's best for myself. What's going to happen if I don't take a call? Why is faith bad? I already answered that one, but I'll answer that again because people join at different times. Faith is bad because it means believing something without evidence, and that's bad to do. Like, what if I say this? Who asked that? Tatum. He asked why is or she asked why is faith bad? Tatum, I want you to give me all your money right now. Send me $1,000 right now through PayPal. And you say, why? Why should I do that? I say, just take me on faith that it's a good thing for you to do. Don't ask any questions. Don't ask for my reasons. Just take it on faith. Well, is that a good thing for you to do? Just do whatever I say or what anyone else says without any understanding of it, of why it's good or not good. Maybe that will give you an indication of why I say faith is bad. This ain't the platform for making money. Well, I made some money in the last stream. I held out for $5. I said, I'll take a call from Edward. Edward wanted to do a call. And I said, if you send me $5, I'll take your call. A few minutes later, I had the $5. So it is a platform for making money, at least somewhat. And I can get better at doing it the more experience I have. People want entertainment. Okay. Well, you don't get something for nothing. You want entertainment, pay for it. Or if you have a huge following, do you have 100,000 followers? Maybe that'll get me a large audience. I'll do that for free. If you have 100,000 followers, I'll take your call for free. Actually, if you have much less than that, if you have $50,000, I don't know what the um does anyone here have over 10,000 followers? I got four people on my guest list right now. Paulie, Evan, Midwest Hunter, and Doodle Bob. How many followers do you all have? Doodle Bob says, "What's your Cash App?" I'll send $10 to come up. I have PayPal, which is Dan Norton 11. You have one follower. Wow. Okay. Um, Dan Norton 11 is my PayPal. Um, it's got to be civil though. Remember that, Doodle Bob. Don't pay don't pay me $10 and then come up here and be rude and make me have to kick you after 10 seconds. I don't want you to waste your money. Um, who else is in here? I don't have Cash App if that's like a separate app called Cash App. have apps in which I can receive cash like PayPal, but if there's an app specifically called Cash App, I don't have that. Maybe I'll get that, but I don't have that at this moment. I have PayPal, I have Patreon, I have and you can send me gifts through TikTok. That's all I have right now. Facebook Pay, I guess that's another one. Um, I know some people. I do have Venmo, but I'm not very experienced with using that. It might work though. Nah, nah, I got you. Midwest Hunter says you have 7,000 followers. Well, a guy came up here earlier today who had 1 million followers, almost 1 million followers, but I didn't get a big bump in viewership after he came on. I don't know if it's because his followers were just not interested in philosophy. He says he puts out videos about sharks and dogs. Um, but anyways, I didn't. I think it was already over 100 when before he came on, and I don't think it ever went over 150. At least I don't remember it going that high. I see you got almost 8,000 followers, Midwest Hunter. That's pretty big. Um, who else was in there? Polly. This is sad to get to this point in my life where you beg for $6 to debate someone. Um, I don't know why it's sad. I'm not begging. I'm making you an offer. Take it or leave it, right? Um, if you don't want it, okay. Maybe somebody else does want it. Someone else did want it in the last segment. Someone was willing to pay $5. Now it's 20. Yeah, a lot of people left. There was 50 and it went over 150. Oh, fact. Oh yeah, 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 that's you. You're the one here. Yeah, I think the highest it ever got when I was looking at it, I saw it hit 130. I didn't have my eye on it the whole time, but um I thought it might go a lot higher, like at least over two or 300 if you have 1 million followers. But um it didn't go up like that. So I don't know why that is. Is that do you if you have an idea, I'd be interested to know why. Is that because your audience is mostly people who are not interested in debate? They're interested in sharks and dogs, which is what you said you make videos about, and so they weren't really interested in this kind of content. Host want to talk again for $10? Oh, maybe. If we did talk again, might have to be on a different topic. We were really getting, it was really abstract, and I was having the feeling of we're just talking in these floaty kind of abstract terms, and I kept trying to bring it down to concretes because I'm wary of it going off into the realm of floating concepts and I don't want like just a bunch of word salad. And I'm not trying to be rude, but even if it's not word salad, it might come across that way when it's so abstract. We were talking about facts and are you a fact? And um, so I appreciate the offer, or at least the question, and I am considering that $10. Um, it's a different algorithm, especially when civilized. Oh, yeah. So maybe people are more interested in uncivilized conversations. Even if that's true, I'd rather not do it. I don't want to have heated, uncivilized, or like hostile conversations. If you debate people for free, you'd have a higher chance of receiving donations. I don't know about that. I made more money today than I ever made before. And today is the first day when I did not just debate people for free. I held out for $5 and I got it after a few minutes, and that's the most I ever got. We can do atheism this time, you say? Um, Atheism, supernaturalism, or goodness, badness. Um, Listen, brother, if you need $10 for a 30-minute talk, that's fine. Okay, yeah, let's do it. I'll take your offer. $10 for a 30-minute talk on what did you say? God or atheism, good and bad. You listed two or three topics. Now, can you send that to me through PayPal? Because I'm going to get a higher percentage. TikTok is going to take out half if you send me a TikTok gift. And I want $10 net after the platform has taken its cut. So if you send me $10 through PayPal, I'll debate you right now for 30 minutes, as long as it's civil. Yeah, before we talk. Or I guess I can make you an offer. If you want to do it like half before and half after, we can do that. You could send me $5 before we talk and the other $5 after. And if you want to do it that way, we could do that way. All right. So maybe he's working on that. I want $10 net. Someone in the chat repeated what I said. Now someone wants to come up with fact. Polly says, "Bro, let me come up with you." Well, maybe if you contributed some, he would let you. But he's paying for it, so I would let him decide. Like if he wants to do a one-on-one conversation and he's the one paying for it, I'm gonna respect that. Paulie says I sent you $2 through PayPal. I haven't seen any new PayPals come in yet. Or do you mean through TikTok? Right now, my TikTok balance is at 43 cents. So, uh, I haven't seen any new pay. Oh, here we go. Somebody just sent me $11 through PayPal. Now, is that that's a different name that I see on PayPal than I see on who was it? I was Fact. Is that you, Fact? That's your username. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Fact. Now this is the first time I take the same person twice in one day. So you see, if you want more value, I'll give you more value, and he's willing to pay for it. So I'm going to respect that. All right, I'm going to bring up facts for the first call of the new live stream. Sometimes people say W in the chat for facts for supporting the stream. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Welcome back.
What's up, brother?
Hey, thank you for your contribution.
You're welcome, brother. I appreciate that, you have a background in the academic space, and if I want to value epistemology, I think that discussing my ideas with you and seeing if you guys think there's any holes with it is the best thing that I can do.
Okay. You said you had a background in philosophy, or you said I have one, but I'm
Yeah, you
curious
do.
about well, you don't have to say if you want, but I'm if you want to say, I'd be curious what your background in philosophy is.
God willing, I have 1 semester left for my bachelor's degree. So next semester, if I pass those 2 courses, then I'll have my bachelor's.
Okay. So you're a philosophy major.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So you said you're interested in talking about two or three things. I'll let you pick the topic.
Yeah, we can either do atheism. So it's going to tie into the same topic basically, but it just depends on the route that you want to go, especially if you don't like the abstract language. Um, I'm a hyper literalist about language. Reality is language, the perfect language. And um, God is used, the term, the word is used as the explanation of everything, the ultimate identity of value and knowledge, the thing that explains this all, right? And I think that that thing, God, which is the ultimate identity, that's the good word. And so through our participation with a fallible language system or an incomplete language system, an imperfect language system, or the ability to express imperfectly, our ability to connect through this language should be goal oriented to fulfill our nature and understand each other, to understand this experience.
All right. So I'm going to write down you're a hyper literalist. I haven't heard that term before.
In
And
reference to language, yeah, every single thing. Like I'm walking by physical things right now. I'm walking by a bike. I'm walking by my son's garden. I'm walking by a leaf blower. These to me are words in a system of language.
mhm.
Yeah,
And God is also a word, and it is so I don't believe there is a God, and I don't think it refers to anything in reality. It might refer to an idea in people's minds, but we could talk about that word and whether that refers to something in reality. So you're a theist of some sort. I don't
yeah,
know if you're a Christian or what, but um, that's correct. You're some kind of theist.
yeah. I'm some kind of theist, and I think that every single dispute is going to be um, personal or social experience. You could put those into 2 different categories: pedantic disputes and semantic disputes. And I think that all human beings have their own unique system of personal understanding in reference to their lived experience, their limitation, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. And so when I'm presenting you my theory of what is true, I think it's analytically true through a synthetic experience, which is identical to me. So when you're saying that you don't believe in God, just given what's been expressed so far, you would be obligated to deny the explanation of everything, um, the good word. Um, yeah, those 2 things I think we flushed out. You'd have to deny that there's something like truly good, like the ultimate identity of value. That was the 3rd thing I missed.
Okay. So you think God is necessary in order to have a concept of value as well as a concept of you gave one or two other examples.
Yeah, the good word, ultimate value, perfect language, explanation of every. The perfect language is the explanation of everything.
Okay, so language, value. Um, okay, so all right, so what is meant by God? So if so there's the Christian God, there's the Greek gods, ancient Greek gods like Zeus and Poseidon. Um, so what kind of God do you think there is?
So before we throw in, I mean, we can do this if you'd like. That's fine. But I think that it's better to work epistemically bottom up. And so when we start implementing theological claims, that comes with theological burdens. And I don't think that we've established agreement or disagreement in its most parsimonious form. You know how people say believing in the universe is just more parsimonious than believing in God? Kind of like that. I'm trying to make the belief in God and the reality of God as parsimonious as possible. And so I add one metaphysical principle, which is the good word, the ultimate identity of value. And I'm curious, before we go to, I think Jesus is Lord, right? I think Jesus is the greatest identity of self-reflection, but I'm also an interdenominationalist where I think there's a truth value in all given things unless it's identical to evil itself or nothing itself, right?
Okay.
But yeah, so
So
like I think, yeah, go ahead.
so you're a Christian, sounds like. And I just want to get a sense of what you mean by God, because if we're going to discuss atheism, then and you're coming out in favor of theism, I want to know what you mean by theism, because you could mean different things. So we can't talk about whether God exists if we're not yet on the same page about what God is. So what is this thing which you think exists and what I don't? So
Well, so far I think I've given you 3 or 4 different standards for what it is.
okay. So you've mentioned various things. Now, there's one quality which is often associated with the Christian God, omnipotence, and I often discuss that when I discuss this issue, because I think maybe that's the one I can best address. So if you think God, whatever other qualities you think he might have, if you think he has this one, and I don't think this one, namely omnipotence, makes sense, then that
Okay,
would
so
be a
that's okay.
problem.
I can understand that. So are you saying you're not denying God as the good word? You're not denying, maybe you don't want to call it God. Maybe you just want to call it truth or something. You're not denying the eternality of truth. You're not denying the power of truth. You're not denying the cause of truth. You're not denying these things. You're just denying specific properties, such as like the mind or the omni properties.
I'm so I do think there is such a thing as truth. Now, what you and I mean by that might be different. Like I know in the Bible it says something like I don't know, I forget the claim like the the truth is the Lord, or you probably know it more better than I do, but
That's okay.
there
We
these
don't even have to
terms.
bring up the Bible. I think that if we talk about the Bible, it's going to turn people's ears off because of all the extra baggage. I think that it's a hindrance to the conversation to include it before there's a standard for what language is and how we're using it. If
Okay.
language isn't real, if language doesn't have boundaries, um, you know, I don't know. For me, it's language, brother. It's like starting point, like the theology stuff and the religious stuff. That comes after there is a coherent acceptance for what language's purpose or usage is. Like the bound, like I think it should be coherent. I think that there are real rules. I don't think that we just go
Mhm.
right there. There's real things in order for us to understand each other, to understand this experience.
Okay. So I was just saying that the way these terms, like you asked, like, is your objection just to these omni qualities, like omnipotence, or is it to these other things like truth and I don't know what else, language, value? So no, I don't have problems with truth, language, value. However, the way you understand those terms might be different than the way I understand them. So the way you understand them, maybe I would have a problem with your understanding of those things, but I wouldn't say that there's no legitimate understanding at all of those of like truth and
What
language and
about the?
value.
Do you think definitions are truth apt?
Uh, yeah, I do think you could say like a triangle is a four-sided figure. I would say that's a false
Nice.
definition of a
Right.
triangle,
Right.
and a triangle is a three-sided plane figure. That would be a true
Nice.
definition. So,
Nice.
so yeah,
Yeah. From most people, they deny that, right? If we can't describe anything which is truth apt, if the definitions aren't truth apt, then what are we doing in reference to that which is true as a matter of a fact, properly categorized? So yeah, I think so. We can I'm okay with going in whatever route you want. If you want to talk about a specific omni property, if you want to talk about the language, a specific, like, we can talk about whatever you want. I'm okay. Whatever route you think would
Okay.
be better to make this conversation fruitful, you let me know.
Okay. So um, one thing I'm curious about is what led you to believe in God as you understand God? Like many people, they're raised religiously, and I
Yeah.
think that's why they end up believing in a God with certain qualities like omnipotence. Um, and I'm kind of skeptical that people would come to this notion on their own if they only had their own experience to go by and they weren't told that such a thing exists by their parents. So I'm curious, like, how you came to a belief in theism. Were you raised religiously, or did you come to this independently on your own, or what?
I was born as a cradle Catholic, but I spent most of my life as an atheist after my grandfather died of lung cancer in front of me when I was 10.
Okay, so born as a cradle Catholic, but then most of your life was you were an atheist, but then after your grandfather died, you became a Catholic again.
No, no. I became an egger, follower of egg theory, egg theory. I looked into Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, just looking at all of the different cultures and stories. Not all of them, I mean, there's a lot. Utilizing the word God and trying to value coherency through self-awareness in the presence of seemingly the most powerful word to ever exist.
Okay, so after your grandfather died, you looked into different religions like W.
Oh no, no. When I was a kid, no. After my grandfather died, I didn't really. I was just in school. I was 10. I didn't really get back into it until, like, I don't know. Maybe I was. Let's do some quick maths. 23, 22 in psychology, starting there, and then branching out to like sociology, um, ending up in philosophy and seeing everything as philosophical to some degree.
Okay, and at a certain point, you became a Christian again because you said Jesus is Lord, right? That's your view now. So,
Well, I mean,
um,
a lot of people say that, but that's not the. There's a lot of nuance with the term Christian. So I mean, you can consider me that. That's fine. But when you get into the different denominations, Eastern Orthodoxy, Oriental Orthodoxy, Roman Catholicism, Baptism, Mormonism, even the Muslims think that they're the real Christians. So it's not so easy to just be like, I think Jesus Christ is the greatest symbolic representation to bridge the gap of how we ought to act in alignment with the explanation for our Creator, with the ultimate standard of love in a broken world. Um, so if you consider that to be a Christian, then okie dokie. It just depends on what the word is trying to pick out there.
okay. Well, that actually makes me wonder if we could go in an ethical direction with this. Like you think Jesus is a great model, it sounds like, ethically or morally. Um,
Yeah.
and we could talk about that. So I don't share that view of Jesus, but that's a different topic. That's getting away from atheism versus theism. Now,
Yeah.
do
I
you
know
have
that
a
I know that
preference
I know that I'm on a
between?
time limit. So, I mean, if you want to focus on the metaphysics of theism and why I think it's more coherent, I think that it's an entailment when we assume that two planets remain coherently distinct from each other without humans there, because then that means that we're discovering a system of context, and seemingly a system of context necessitates a mind.
Okay. As for you mentioned the time limit.
Yeah.
I'm willing to guarantee 30 minutes at a minimum. We've gone for about 13 minutes,
Okay.
but it's not necessarily the maximum. So
Okay.
if someone out there wants to offer me some additional money to come up here, then I'll take that into account and maybe end it sooner. But so far, you've offered me the most money here, so I'm okay if we go longer than 30 minutes, unless I have some more offers
You know
on
what
the
else you could
table.
do? You could also say if they want me to stay up, then they could send like $5 or something.
Oh yeah, that's also true. So
There you go, man.
if you all in the
Capitalism,
audience have a
capitalism in full
preference,
effect, man.
yeah, if people out there have a preference on guests, you can put money behind your
Ooh, you know what else you
preference.
could do? You know what else you could do? You could also say for $20 you'll kick me.
Yeah, some people do that.
Yeah.
I guess I already said we can do at least 30 minutes, but I guess if I decide I'm happy to go on past that and people say, I'd rather get another guest, then yeah, maybe I'll make an offer at that point.
No worries.
Uh, so yeah, thanks for that idea.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
No
Okay,
worries.
so given that there's a choice here. We could go into the ethics stuff and talk about what's morally good, whether Jesus is a moral person,
Sure.
or we could stick with the theism stuff, knowing that we have at least 15 more minutes, maybe more, but at least that much.
Yeah, we can do
What
whatever
would
we can do
you
whatever you
recommend?
want. Yeah, we can go whatever route you want.
Okay. Um, I guess I'm I think at least a little bit more interested in going in the ethics direction. So, but you paid for this, so if you have a preference, let me know. But if it's up for
I,
me, I would
it
say,
doesn't matter to me. Are you gonna just to like pre-fire this? Are you gonna bring up the ethics of the Old Testament?
maybe I wasn't specifically thinking I would, but um,
It's up to you. It just seems like when people are talking ill about Christ, they just typically target the Old Testament.
no, I
They,
wasn't going to do that. I was going to focus mostly on Jesus himself.
oh, okay. Yeah, we can. I was just curious. It's up to you, brother. I mean, whatever. Listen, man.
Okay.
My goal. I'll show you my cards. My goal is to create a heightened standard for language with good faith, where language is not just used as a means to an end, but it is used with active participation as a personal standard of objective conscious measurement. Because when we're analyzing personal understanding, that is a system, that is a theory of truth in and of itself. And I think that people are undermining what that means and what it means for us or knowledge to be studied, right? Like when last time we spoke, we ended the conversation with me asking you, how do you measure your own knowledge? I think that's a very important question. But if you want to, yeah, if you want to do the ethics of Jesus, we can do that. I'll do my best.
Okay. I think one reason I'm attracted to going in the ethics direction is it's more concrete, and I like it when it's concrete. And I mean, abstractions are important, but they need to be grounded well. And I think maybe at least at this stage of our interaction, I think it might be make for a more grounded conversation if we get into the ethics.
Sounds good.
Yeah, but maybe in the future we could also do the other theism versus atheism. Okay,
Yep.
so then let's talk some about the ethics of Jesus. So I am strongly opposed to self-sacrifice or altruism. As you can see on my background, I think egoism is good. I think it's good to live for yourself, not for the sake of others. And I see that as very opposed to the ethics of Jesus. So we could go into this in a number of directions. I could ask you, like, why do you oppose egoism, if you do, or why do you support altruism? Or let me just pause here, and you can do what you want with that.
Yeah, we can go either route. It sounds like egoism is being used as not just a starting point for human participation. For example, in order for a parent to take care of their children, the parent has to take care of themselves. So, at a micro degree, that's an ego, right? You got to take care of yourself. But I think when we're analyzing the altruism is a higher standard of ethical consideration because in this life, if it's just egoism, then you don't care if you end up alone. It's not about the well-being of something greater. It's not about analyzing the future. It's kind of like Mr. Krabs, right? Where he's just money, 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 me. Um, and so if you're promoting egoism at like a maximally great ethical system, and you also affirm that humans are social creatures, that's seemingly contradictory positions.
Okay. I'm taking some notes here. So on your understanding of egoism, it amounts to an attitude of money, 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 me, And I'm interested in exploring that. Maybe we could start with the money, 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 which has actually come up some here. You sent me some money.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and I didn't mean it disrespectfully, by the way, sincerely. I
oh, well,
apologize if
no,
it came across like that.
so I think a lot of people do look askance at making money. And there's a line, is this from Jesus? He says, it's easier for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven, suggesting there's something um, not good about pursuing riches. And I think quite the contrary. Now, if you have a otherworldly source of or otherworldly kind of moral viewpoint where you think this world is evil and the material world is evil. I think Plato had this had this view, and Christianity picked it up from Plato, and the true happiness is experienced in the afterlife, not in this world. I see these bumper stickers on cars sometimes that
Yeah.
says NOW with a cross in the O, not of this world. So I think Christianity has this otherworldly kind of orientation. Um, Now, I don't believe there's another world. I think this world that we perceive with our senses is all there is, and you've got one life, and I say make the most of it. That's how I see it. But if you have a different
Yeah.
metaphysics, if you think there is some other worlds, and the only way to in either you experience bliss or eternal torture in hell, right? If you don't go to the right place, you might think, well, if Jesus says the only way, or somewhere in religion, if it says the only way to avoid eternal hellfire is to um, give away all your material possessions in this life and be like a saint who goes out into the desert, gives away all his possessions, flagellates himself. These are held up as like the most moral people in Christianity, these ascetics. If But that's a good thing to do if you think that there is this other world, and this kind of self-flagellating way is your ticket to getting to that. But I reject all that metaphysics. So so I mean, but it, so I think Jesus's ethics make sense if you believe in this whole story about another world and this is how we get to it. But I don't believe in that whole story. But let me not go on too long. Go ahead. I want to give you a chance.
Thank you. So I'm a hopeful universalist, like many of the church fathers, and I pair hopeful universalism with annihilationism. And so I think that after this, we all go to purgatory, we sit in front of a mirror, and we become aware of self, which is both a blessing and a gift. And then after that, you make a choice, a real choice, a free choice. And if you can't live with yourself, if you can't handle it, then you annihilate yourself, or God annihilates you through the choice you made. In respect to the future world, and that's because I think that God is identical with goodness, right? So, and goodness is also full of complex conundrums, harmonious paradoxes, freedom. Wow, I mean the boundary of freedom, just wow. I mean, if you've ever looked into the word freedom and just analyzed the entailments, terrifying and a blessing. Last thing would be as it relates to the Christians and the other worlds. Yeah, I can definitely see harm with individuals devaluing the entirety of this experience for something later. But at this point, I'm pretty happy with saying that all possible worlds are unironically just claims about the future. But people aren't aware that that's what they're saying. When they talk about like possible worlds, they're talking about a different actualized state. But by doing that, it takes away from this actualized state. And so in reference to possible worlds, I'm only interested in possible worlds in relation to the actualization of now, which correspond coherently with the future and the past. Possible worlds are just claims about the future.
Okay. So let me ask you this, and you can tell me if you've already addressed it in what you've said, but let me just ask it. So let's say I'm right and there is no other world. So I was saying before, I can understand why, if you think that after you die, you'll either go to heaven or hell, and the only way to go to heaven and avoid eternal torture in hell is to act in the way Jesus says you should act, like in the Sermon on the Mount, love your enemy,
No, I'm
among
not.
many other things.
Not. No, I'm a hopeful universalist. I don't. I think that Christ dying on the cross, if that happened, then Father forgive them, they know not what they do, is a universal claim.
Okay, I'm not sure how to process that, but maybe we can come back to that. But let me just finish
Okay.
laying out what I was going to ask. Let's suppose that there is no afterlife. Once you die, it's over for you. There's no other world. There's just this world. Would you then say that it's it's good to live as Jesus says you should live?
Are you talking about in reference to me?
Well, anyone. I mean, do you think it's good for you to
Like,
live
like
as
when I
Jesus said you should
when
live? For
when I
me,
die, the future, I believe the future will continue. Right? I don't think that when I die, the possible worlds end. I think that they continue far beyond my existence. Now, whether or not I have a mind in that existence, I don't know. Um, it is what it is. If I have no mind, I have no mind. But I'm interested in the future states for myself and other people within the actual plane of existence. Now, not everybody has the same test, and not everything has to be taken hyper literally, right? Like I'm a hyper literalist about the good word specifically, but I'm not a hyper literalist about like idioms, for example. And so analyzing the intention of the speaker is always, I don't know, one of the most difficult things that we're studying. And so all we have is the interpretation of what they say. And so someone who, like Elon Musk, for example, do I think one of the greatest things that he could do is give all of his money away and to walk around and just talk to real people and be a real person? I think it would be the most life-changing experience and most like eye-opening experience he ever does. Does that mean that he has to give away literally every single dollar? I don't think so. Maybe. I'm not the ultimate judge. But in reference to billionaires shouldn't exist, right? They should be giving back to the system which allowed them to be so prosperous financially. Yeah, he should absolutely give away basically all of his money.
okay. So, one question I have for you is, do you believe, maybe if you answer this, let me know, but I want to hear it if you haven't already said it. Do you believe there is a heaven and hell, or are these just metaphors? And you said something about literalism, so I'm not sure you necessarily believe this, but let me just ask you, do you believe there actually is or is not an afterlife?
Um, if by afterlife we mean purgatory, which is self-awareness, right? We become self-aware of our actualized state. Yes, that ends, and then the annihilated state where we lack self-awareness, that would be everlasting. But in terms of like fire and brimstone, no, I don't believe in that. I think
So you
that
don't believe there's
purgatory,
a hell? You don't believe there's a hell or a heaven?
well, I don't think that there is hell as like an everlasting state. How I view it is probably like the symbolic representation of purgatory. But I don't think that it's everlasting. I can't find the justice in that.
Okay, but
And
okay, so I
yeah,
guess like
as it
what?
relates for, I could do heaven too if you want.
Okay, well, I was going to say maybe we don't need to go there. I was just going to ask, like, and I think I asked this before, but let me try it again. Whatever you happen to believe, let's just set that aside and say if there is no heaven and hell, do you still think it's good to act in the way Jesus says you should act, like in the New Testament, Sermon on the Mount?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
you shouldn't do good things because you get a reward. In fact, sometimes you doing a good thing actually ends up by you getting hurt. Right? Like think of the people who jump on a grenade for other people. Right? I would say that that's selfless. And when we analyze a state that seemingly violates an evolutionary process, that gives me evidence to believe something supernatural happened, especially if it's like strangers. Right? Now, maybe the argument could follow that like this individual didn't even want to live at all. But what if the individual loved life, had a loving family, children, comprehended what happens when he jumps on the grenade, but he jumps on it anyway to save 50 people? This seems remarkably supernatural.
Okay. So it sounds like you think this Jesus's advice makes sense regardless of whether there is or is not some supernatural realm you go to after you die. Um, that then leads me to my next question, which is, could there be morality without God? Many people think if we don't have this supernatural being or this supernatural world after you die to go to serve as an incentive to act a certain way in this life, so you get to heaven rather than end up in this other afterworld place, hell. If we don't have these kind of supernatural incentives, then anything goes. People will just, you know, lie, cheat, rob, rape, murder, or grape, schmurder, to use the safer term.
Nah, man,
So do you think
you can just say it.
there
You'll be
can
all
be
right.
morality without God or the supernatural more generally?
I love that we've come full circle because now we're back at I am a hyper literalist that God is the good word, right? So when you ask me, can good exist without God? Nope, it's the same thing. To believe in good, like real factual good, that's God. That is your if you're an honest storyteller, that's your participation with God. And because humans have epistemic ceilings, we have a distinct participation with that word.
Okay, maybe we have come full circle,
Yes,
and
we have.
the timing is interesting because we just got to the 30-minute mark, which is what I guaranteed you. So I'm now uh, interested in using your idea of putting out an offer for people. So if you all out there want me to change guests, you can make me an offer. I'm enjoying the conversation. I think it's going well. And but if you all want to make me an, let's say, how about this? If you want me to change guests, um, send me or just engage with the chat. Uh, how about I'll do that for $5 net for me. So I have to get $5, not like after the cut that
I,
TikTok or
Sorry, I'm just going to respond to Barbie. Barbie, I know, but I want it. When I do that, sometimes I come across as too intense. And so I'd rather allow him to um, use his dialogue tree however he wants to see that I'm good faith through the questions. And then hopefully this creates a reliable relationship where we can get into the nitty gritty, the meat and bones later on. If it doesn't happen today, hopefully it happens tomorrow. It doesn't all have to happen right now. You know what I mean?
trying to find the chat. Were you responding to someone in the chat? I didn't see Barbie.
Yeah, Barbie face. They don't have
What
like a
what did
username. It's just a
what did
Barbie
Barbie
face.
say?
Sea Shark, you define things too much. Your lesson is to get to the meat and gravy instant. Yeah, I normally I just want to cut to the chase because I think that most of these kind of conversations are filler. And so what I try to do is jump to the immediate, honest defining game, word game, where me and you take turns defining words like truth, fact, love, mercy, justice, coherency, because that's what we're doing. All we're doing right now is defining the key terms of existence. But if we don't even believe in the words as a real thing, then talking about the properties seems nonsensical. It seems that people are, I don't know, they're reading it, and they're reading they're reading sentences at a time, but they're not contextualizing the word and how deep every single word is, the nuance of every single word.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did see Barbie in the chat finally. Not her original chat that you were responding to, but I see she said, "Hi, I'm Barbie." Okay, so let me put this offer out there. If you all want me to change guests, send me $5. So right now I got 43 cents on TikTok. So you can make that go up to $5. That would be another $5 or sorry, $4.57. Or you could send me PayPal, which is a quicker way to get there because they take out a smaller cut. For $5, I will change guests. Otherwise, I see I got Drake and They Love Luke in the waiting list. Now, there's other ways you could make me change. Like if you, Drake, or They Love Luke, if you want to send me $5, I will also change guests.
Man, could they
So
send
that,
any money to keep me, man? Dang, man.
oh yeah, well that's all. If you want to, I could say like if you
If
want to
if you were
guarantee
if you were
another,
enjoy yeah, if you were enjoying it, you could be like, "Hey, man, I'm enjoying this conversation, chat. If you're enjoying it too, you could send $5, keep this conversation going. I appreciate y'all." You
yeah.
know, something like
So
that.
how
Sorry,
about
you
this?
you can talk however you want. I'm sorry.
No, that's good. I like the ideas because you might have suggestions I don't have. I didn't think of. Um, Someone says I'll send $50 to keep
You'll
Shark.
send $50, brother. You've never
Wow.
even sent me $50. What's going on, brother? Yeah, wow is right, brother. What's going on?
Wow. Yeah, if go ahead. I'll take that offer. If you PayPal me $50, I will keep Shark for I don't know,
Dang, we're gonna see if
the rest of
we're
the
gonna see if Civ
stream.
is good for his word.
I'll keep him for the rest of the stream. Now, I don't know how long that is.
Dang,
It's now 7:19 p.m. my time. I'll go till at least 8, let's say. But maybe even longer. But yeah, I'll keep him for the rest of the stream if you send me $50 for that. I don't know if you're serious.
he's not
Um,
serious.
Someone says I'll send you $100 to drop him.
That
All
he's
right, I
also
think
not serious.
some people are. I think they're just being silly,
Right.
not serious.
The
Okay,
market's bad
but
right now, man. No, no bueno, man.
all right. Um, but right now I'm going to stick with Shark or Fact. You go by Shark. Some people are calling you Shark because you
Hey,
make
man.
videos about sharks.
Like God, I go by many names, brother.
I see you got a shark in your profile here, the
Nah,
little
brother.
picture of a sh
Nah, brother. That's a goldfish.
Oh, that's a goldfish? Okay. It's kind of
Yeah,
small. It's hard for me to
that's okay.
s-
They're both fish. Did
um
you know sharks are fish?
I'm not sure if I did know that. I'll
Dang, man.
take your
Sharks
word
are
for it.
also great white sharks are older than trees, man.
Oh yeah. So you make videos about fish and sharks? Is
No, I
that's
haven't
your
made
main?
I haven't made that in years, man. I've been autistically obsessed with words for the last and like psychology for the last like 5 years or so. I just talk to my mom told me don't talk to strangers, but seemingly that's all I do every day.
Okay, but you got your YouTube follow or your TikTok following, which is almost 1 million people, by making videos of sharks and dogs. Is that right?
That is true.
It's like, could you? I don't want to spend too much time on this. People probably want to hear more on the philosophy, but could you
Me
just
too.
say like in 30 seconds or so, like more about like what are these AI videos, or you like went out yourself and filmed them, or what are these like?
Shark tracking app, shark and one turtle baby, and you could see how old the shark is, what type the shark is, and then I would just come on and tell them a story or a conspiracy theory like the megalodons in the ocean, trying to figure out the consistency or inconsistency. Back when the submarine thing happened, um, I, there was a glitch and like the app would glitch. And so I said, look, it's going to ping where the submarine is. And it either actually did ping the submarine or it just perfectly glitched at that spot. It's a strange coinky dink, but yeah, from there, I wanted to analyze what it means to have people who are listening beyond just entertainment protocols and principles, and actually try to value what I say and be consistent to the best of my ability, recognize shortcomings, limitations, so on and so forth, and talk to people who actually are pursuing truth to the best of their ability and epistemic threshold, because none of us seemingly have a clue what's going on here. But the people who value language and they value the good word and they value their experience, and we work together to understand each other, yeah, we could cooperate far better than we currently do, and it's through the good word.
Okay, maybe I'll check out some of your videos later and get a better idea of what they're about. All right, but let's come back to the philosophy. So we were talking about ethics, and I asked you this question, uh, like, do you still think it's good to act as Jesus says, even if there is no afterlife? And you said yes, and then I asked, well, does that mean there could be morality with God without God? And then you said something like, well, God is the good or good word, or I forget exactly how you put it. So,
Yes,
but
both
maybe,
of that. God is good and God is the good word. with goodness itself, the ultimate standard of what all of us are connected by. Because if we're not all connected by a system of goodness, then some people can't do anything good. It's not possible for them to. So seemingly everybody has it within them to do something good. It's a real potential state within them. They're not disconnected from it. Everybody is connected to the system of goodness. And then we have the opportunity through this system that seemingly has stuff go wrong, so the system itself isn't perfect, but goodness, if it does exist, would be perfect. We analyze this system of perfect within our nature, which we're connected by, and together through a sincere system of understanding with rational complexity and emotional deliberation, we come together to understand each other, to work together as societies through distinct cultures and languages and whatever, through a personal system of understanding as morally rational systems that can govern themselves. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I don't think there is a God. Maybe you would say I do if I believe in good, because you said God is good, something like this. So if I believe there is such a thing as good, and I have good on my background, maybe you would say I implicitly believe in God, even if explicitly I deny it. But anyways, I, I want to go down this route somewhat. Like, so if I'm someone, and I am someone who thinks there is no God, would you say therefore I have no basis for believing that anything is good? Or would you say, Dan, if you believe there is good stuff, you actually do believe in God? Maybe you don't realize it, but you actually do. So how would you respond to that if I say, I do believe things are good or bad, but I don't believe there's a God?
Yeah, I do think that that's one of the most meaningful identities imaginable, in alignment with Christianity, both Orthodoxy and Catholicism. Um, God is good. God is identical to goodness. And so that standard, I don't know anybody who has like full access to that unless, Jesus. But we seemingly don't have complete epistemic access to that. And so when we're analyzing doing decisions, we're analyzing what is actually good about this, what is actually bad about this, and we can talk about it because language is something that is seemingly real. Not just using it as a tool, actually, I mean, you could say it's a tool of measuring consciousness, but it's not just to like, it doesn't stop at just arguing with people. It doesn't, or just critiquing people.
So do you think I believe in God?
In reference to, if you think that goodness is a fact, then in reference to that, yeah, in that category, yes.
So if I say eating food is good for me, that implies I believe in God.
Um, if by good there, it's entailing you being in alignment with the highest standard of your nature, then, and are you doing that intentionally or unintentionally in this hypothetical?
You mean eating the food?
Yeah, I think so.
Like when I eat food, it's intentional.
Okay. But are you doing it with the intentionality to do good? Is good on your mind? Like you're analyzing, I'm doing a good thing right now. I've thought about this. I've considered this.
It's usually not explicit. I mean, I think I've just automatized the behavior. I implicitly think it's good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. Like, if I eat too much, like maybe I start to feel full at a certain point, I think I should stop. And what would be good is to not eat food. But, at least for a certain period of time, I think implicitly, I don't necessarily have the words eating food is good like running through my head explicitly, but it's at least
By good,
implicitly.
by good there, do you mean fulfilling a real purpose or yummy?
Uh,
There could be a third
Maybe
option, by the way.
both.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be dichotomous, by the way. I apologize if it seemed like you had to choose one or the other.
I think it's both.
Nice, nice. Okay, so if it's the former as well, and you could have the yummy too, then I think that for me, when I'm analyzing that, is that goodness shared amongst all humans? Do humans have access to participate in this good thing? Can we be connected with good? Is it possible?
I don't know why we need to bring in other humans to this. I mean, I could
Because we're
be
not.
alone on an island eating coconuts, and trying to survive in part by eating coconuts. And I would say that's good for me to do.
Right, but you're not.
Not what?
You're not on an island alone. You're a human, a part of a
Yeah,
society. I
but whether
think
I'm on an island or
maybe you
not,
are on an
I would
island.
say it's good. I just don't see what other people have to do with this.
May I ask you a personal question?
Yeah, I don't guarantee an answer, but you can ask.
You're under no obligation to answer any of my questions.
Right.
Do you value real relations, personal relations?
Yeah, with other people, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. Is that not is that not like the bare minimum for altruism?
That's not the bare minimum. So I think altruism does not mean just caring about other people. I think it means sacrificing yourself for the sake of other people. Like I can care about other people, friends, family members, but I see doing that as in my self-interest. They're good for me. I want them to be part of my life. So it is self-interested or egoistic for me to care about other people because they add value to my life. If they didn't add value to my life, or if they actually took away value, like if it's a criminal or murder, schmurder, I would not value the person. They would take away value from my life. But other people can
Would
value, it
would
can
you
add value to my life.
would you die for someone you love?
Possibly, yeah.
Is that
If I love them
altruism?
enough. No, I don't think it's
Right.
altruism because it would be in my interests, at least if I love them enough, to risk my own life for them. I've discussed this example in previous live streams, but
I
I'm
wasn't
happy
there.
to I'm happy to talk about it some more.
I guess I'm
I
confused
think
about what you think altruism means.
so. I take altruism to mean subordinating your own interest to the interest of other people. But I don't think you're doing that necessarily if you risk your life. Let's say I've got a child who is drowning in a pond and I or in the ocean and I risk my life to swim out and save the child. I don't think that means I'm being altruistic if I would rather um, give up my life than live a life without that child. I might be miserable without that child, very unhappy and sad for the rest of my life. And I would rather not experience that misery and sadness than um, experience that misery and sadness and stay alive without the child. So just continuing to live in a purely physical sense isn't necessarily best for me. Cancer is another case. Like maybe let's say you've got some terminal cancer and it's just painful and there's no cure for it, suppose. Is it self-interested to risk your life, to end your life right now and just not experience your last 3 months in pain? I would say, yeah, that is a self-interested thing to do. It's not a sacrifice. It would be a sacrifice to because if you do go through that pain and you're not getting some value in return, like if you have the prospect of improving, then it might be self-interested to endure the pain in order to get the long run benefit. But if there is no prospect of benefiting in the long run, then you're better off just ending the pain now. So I wouldn't call that a sacrifice. I could say more, but I want to pause here and give you a chance. I don't know if
Thank you.
that was clear, but go
I
ahead.
mean, as clear as I understood it, brother. I appreciate the conversation, man. Man, for the last couple of years, man, I've learned how to argue formally. Yuck. Logic maxing without epistemology. Yuck. So I thank you for this conversation. I hope that it's fruitful for both of us. I thank you for letting me talk. Sorry if I interrupt you or stuff, but I hope that this is not just beneficial for you, but it is beneficial for me, and I hope it's beneficial for the people listening.
Yeah, likewise. I hope all of that holds.
Nice.
I can certainly say it's good for me. I'll say that much.
From my understanding, if I'm strawmanning you, let me know. I'll apologize. It sounds like a synonym for altruism for you is sacrifice, and to you, sacrifice in every aspect. I don't even know if I don't even think that it's bad. I think it's impossible. Um, and I could be wrong. Let me know. But from what I heard, altruism is sacrifice, and sacrifice is impossible because every single thing that's perceived as a sacrifice foundationally or tautologically is a self-serving decision, so it nullifies the action of it being a sacrifice. Is that fair?
Not if it means that. So I think maybe what you were saying just there is everything sacrifice is impossible. And if that's part of your view, I would say, no, that's not what I hold. I think sacrifice is possible, but it's not what you might think it is.
Could
So
you give
many
me an
things
example of that?
of a sacrifice,
You have a real sacrifice,
a real
not a
sac.
yeah, not a hypothetical
Yeah.
one, a real one.
Um, let's say um, Mother Teresa might be an example of someone who sacrificed, but I think it may be a better example. Jesus also might be a good example. But maybe a better example is someone who gives up their career ambition in order to please their parents. Like, let's say, because I think this is very relatable to many people. I think many people actually do this. Like they're most passionate, let's say, in art. They want to be an artist or a musician, and their parents might tell them, "Oh, you can't make a living that way. You should do this other thing. You should go to law school or become a computer programmer." And then the child or the adolescence caves into that preference instead of doing what they enjoy the most and what they think would give them the most fulfillment in life. They subordinate their own self-interest to the desires of their parents. And not, I don't think it's because they think they would be better off themselves by doing that. I think they don't want to rock the boat, and they have a kind of fear of disapproval of their parents. But if you ask them, um, do you think honestly in your own mind that you would have the happiest life yourself if you pursued your artistic or musical ambitions, or if you appeased your parents and did what they want you to do? I think in many cases the answer would be I would actually be happiest not doing what my parents want and pursuing my career passion as an artist or a musician, even if it's not making me as much money as being a lawyer or something else. I would still be happiest doing this thing. Now, I think some people they sacrifice. I would say that's a sacrifice. They're not doing what's best for themselves when they give up their career passion. So that's just an example that I think actually happens of what I would call a sacrifice.
Thank you for the insight. Do you think that it could, in that hypothetical, could we be confusing sacrifice for trauma?
I don't see that happening. Now, I think someone might experience trauma as a result of sacrificing themselves, and maybe 20 years down the line, they'll really regret what they did, and they might say, "Oh, I should have done what was best for me." Um, and maybe some trauma fed into their decision to appease their parents. Maybe they had a lot of bad interaction with their parents growing up, and um, they feel some kind of guilt if they go against their parents' wishes. But anyways, I don't think trauma is the same thing as sacrifice. I'll just pause there.
Yeah. Did you say that you would agree Jesus is one of the greatest standards of self-sacrifice?
Yes, at least if we're ignoring the afterlife. Now, if we are including the afterlife, you might say, well, Christianity is it's self-interested. If the idea is that if I act like Jesus and I give up my material possessions and so forth, then I will be rewarded in heaven in the afterlife. If that's your reason for acting like Jesus, and if that's Jesus's reason for acting like Jesus, I don't know if we could ask him what he would say about this. But if your reason is because you think you will benefit from it in the afterlife, then I would say, well, you could call that self-interested.
But
But
it
if we
seems
discount that, that he's not doing it for because he expects to benefit in some future afterlife, then I think it would be right to say it is a sacrifice to act like that.
what if doing good just because a genuine experience of goodness presents itself to the highest degree of understanding, it's good. That's what it seems like, genuinely, not with deception, not with a lie. The highest standard of self-awareness. I don't know what a higher standard of measuring consciousness could possibly be, other than an honest personal testimony. And if the standard is, listen, heaven, no hell, what if we just do good because we recognize it's the good thing to do? And if there's any disagreements about what is good, we talk about it in alignment with the solution rather than the problem endlessly. Because people, they find bad words, lots of bad words. Bad words make people argue. They're upset, rightfully so. Bad words exist. But if there's no good word, if the word isn't pragmatic, if the word isn't personal, if the word is not something we can participate with, then there's no resolution to the bad. We would be in hell right now. If no good word, hell right now. Not hell right now, good word. I think that was Modus Tollens.
Okay. You're using this term good word in a way that I'm not comfortable with because I don't understand what you mean by that. It sounds like it might have some kind of uh, religious connotation or denotation to it that I'm not on board with yet. Now and you've used the word good partly in connection with good word, and so we could talk about this word good. We've been talking about sacrifice and what does that mean? Um, but I think we could also go in the direction of talking about the word good on its own, apart from the phrase good word. Um, and I don't know if that's a good direction that I just
Yeah, I
used the
think
term good.
yeah,
Um,
I think it was strong. Yeah, because um, when referencing good, I think that when we use the terms egoism and altruism, it might muddy the waters. At least for me, maybe not for you. I might be projecting right there, but it seemingly comes back down. Are you a moral realist? Maybe that might be better.
all right, this term moral realism, I understand to be the idea that there are moral facts independent that are mind independent, or stance independent, it's sometimes called. And I don't accept that. I think morality is relative to an agent. So, for example, if I say this cough drop that I'm sucking on right now, apologies for any noises, um, is good for me. It's not just good, period. It's good for an agent, namely me. So, if moral realism includes as part of its viewpoint that something can just be good, period, without being good relative to some agents, then I would reject that.
Um, my understanding, it's going to get a little abstract. Imagine the word good under any other image. It is what it is. It's still good, right? And we relatively can participate and interact with something that isn't physical. So they can't see it, but it's within through self-awareness. The word is good and we're connected by that. And through analyzing a personal testimony of self-recognition and awareness as a matter of a fact, we can discuss the good word, which is the solution for bad words.
Okay. That was abstract. And word
Sorry.
is coming back in again
Yeah.
in a way that is not clear to me. So I'm interested to see now if we can just
Yeah,
discuss
if you want to take it a different direction, feel free.
the word good. Now I think it's good to get as fundamental as possible. So the term sacrifice, I think, is reliance on a prior notion of good. So we learn concepts in a certain order. I'll say that much. There's so the Just like with mathematics, I think there's a clear example. We have to learn arithmetic before we can learn algebra, and we have to learn algebra before we can learn calculus. You can't just go straight to calculus. There's some prior things you have to learn. And this is true with learning words. Like you can't learn the word theft until you've learned the word, let's say, consent, right? Because theft is taking someone's property without their consent. So if you don't know what consent is, you're not going to understand what theft is. So we have to learn concepts in a certain order. And I think this is true with the concept sacrifice. So Ayn Rand, who I think is I've learned a lot from, she defines sacrifice as the giving up of a value for the sake of a lesser value or a non-value. So in order to understand what a sacrifice is, we first have to understand what a value is, because sacrifice is defined in terms of value. At least for Ayn Rand, it is. So just to make that a little bit more concrete, the definition of sacrifice, if I give up a value like $3 in order to get a hamburger from McDonald's, that's not a sacrifice. Why? Because what I get is worth more to me than the $3 is worth to me. That's why I was willing to pay the $3.
If I
So it's
may,
not what's that?
if I may, I apologize.
Oh yeah, you can jump in.
Thank you. Have you ever really sacrificed anything? Do you believe that you've ever truly sacrificed something?
In the sense that I understand it, yeah, I think so. I think whenever I've given into a desire, like irrational emotion to do something, I think that like maybe a desire to um, tell a rude joke at somebody's expense, I might get a kind of momentary pleasure from antagonizing someone, but at a if I'm honest with myself, I realize, oh, that was kind of a crummy thing for me to do. That was not in my self-interest. Now I've offended this person. I've ruined a friendship, if it was a friend, or at least I've damaged the friendship, and I've undercut what's in my best interest. I gave into this desire for this momentary pleasure, this little sick, twisted thrill in order to get some value, but it wasn't for the sake of a greater value. It was actually a net loss for me to do that. And yeah, so I have done things like that. Um, and I would call those sacrifices.
Have you ever sacrificed with good intention?
Um, I don't know if that's possible, the way I'm thinking of sacrifice,
Yeah,
because I
that's what
wouldn't
I saw
say,
before.
yeah, I don't think, because the way I define sacrifice following Rand is that I'm giving up a value for the sake of something of lesser value or of no value. So it's a net loss for me whenever I sacrifice. And I don't think it's good. It's never good for me to do something that results in a net loss for me. So to act with good intention is to act in a way that results in a net gain for me, or at the very least, not a net loss. So I don't think it's not coherent to me to think I could intentionally, with good intentions, sacrifice, because I think it's always bad to do things that result in a net loss.
Would you affirm the proposition that intentionally good sacrifice is a supernatural claim?
Intentionally good. Um, I'm not sure how to process that. A supernatural claim.
I could just use the word impossible, but
Okay.
metaphysical
Is it
conversation.
impossible to sacrifice with good intentions? Uh,
Yeah, you can flesh out how you define supernatural, or you could just put in the word impossible, because seemingly
yeah,
it's impossible by definition. And if it's impossible by definition, then
yeah,
I think the model entails that if that thing could be proven, or proven I use loosely here, please forgive me. Um, if the individual self recognizes that within the system, then they recognize that the definitions are the boundary of the language, which is ultimately contextual. Everything is context dependent through the lens of different storytellers. That's what separates
Okay.
us from the animals, our ability to tell stories.
All right. So I think I'll just say, at least provisionally, maybe I'll want to take this back, but right now, at least, I don't see that it's possible to sacrifice with good intentions.
But is that just by
So,
definition?
yes. Yeah. Given my understanding of the term sacrifice, I don't see how it's possible to sacrifice with good intentions.
And is that because anything that reduces back to the agent benefiting a microscopic thing, it becomes egoism?
I'm not sure. I didn't fully follow that, but I do think the
Basically, everything that we're doing is at some foundational level or micro level. It We do it for ourselves in some degree. Our body wanted to, our brain wanted to. It was determined from eternity for it to happen. Different standards.
all right. I'm not sure about that. But let me just pause for a moment to say we've gone on for this call has gone for an hour and 5 minutes now.
Hey, brother, I've appreciated it, man.
But I'm not saying we need to end.
Oh, okay.
um, I'm just noting that for, and I want to say that no one has requested it to end or offered money to come up in his stead. And so I'm continuing with this call because for people who have just joined, you might not know that uh, Fax up here, he paid some money, which I appreciate to be able to come on here. So that's why partly why I'm keeping on him on. I also think it's a good conversation. But if anyone out there wants me to change guests, you can make me an offer. Just like he did, right? He was willing to put some money behind what he wanted. And if you want to, you can steer the live show here in a direction that you prefer by offering some money.
You could
So
also kick
just
me for $20. You know what I mean? Maybe even 10. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Get me
if you
down.
yeah, if you want to, someone says keep him, he is the best. El Matador says that. So just wanted to check in with the chat for a moment and let you all know that you have some power here in terms of how the show goes. So if you want to send me $5 through PayPal to change the guests or um, engage with chat instead, you can do that. Okay. So let's see, where were we?
Me, brother, I'm still on whether or not you believe in a single good word as a matter of a fact. That's what I'm most curious about. Just one word. If that word has like real factual or ontological epistemic value for you, sincerely.
Let me write that down in my notes here. Do you
Yeah.
believe in one good word as a matter of fact? Okay. Well, that question includes the word good in it. And we were just talking about that. You had asked me, is it possible to sacrifice with good intentions?
Yeah, that's where we
And
were. Yeah,
I said, no,
by
I don't think
definition.
so. By definition, yeah. And then,
Is that definition falsifiable?
um,
Wow, what a great question. Listen, man, that was a nice question. That was beautiful.
uh,
I got to remember that one. I like that one. That was very insightful.
the one you just asked, whether it's
Yeah, I've never
falsifiable.
I've never asked that question before. I've never thought it. That was the first time I ever thought about that question.
Okay, I'll write that one down. Is that definition of good?
No, any definition. Our definition's falsifiable. You can apply it to good, that's fine. Because if definitions are truth apt, then they would also be falsifiable, seemingly.
Okay, is any definition falsifiable?
Yeah.
Uh, um, Okay. Well, maybe let me address something else first.
Go ahead.
Um, so I think good, at least I'm willing to entertain that it is unfalsifiable. That's the definition I have of good. I have a understanding of good, which is at least partly informed by an analysis of the concept value, which Rand gives. So I don't know if I should try to explain that right now, but
It's entirely up to you, brother. You,
yeah, let me
it's your live, brother.
let me say a little bit at least on that. So she mentions this in by the way, have you ever read Ayn Rand?
I've only heard from it from Liam. Do you know Liam?
Oh yeah, Liam Staten, Divinity, he goes
Yeah,
by.
man. Yeah, man.
Okay.
You
Have you
too,
had
man.
you've had
Yeah, I've talked to Liam about Ayn Rand. Yeah, man.
oh okay. Um so you've had some conversations with him or
Correct.
you've just heard him talk
Well,
about it
both.
with both? Okay.
Both. Yeah.
So okay, well maybe you've heard some of what I was about to go into, but that's okay. And it might be new for the audience as well, some people in the audience. So she gives so you haven't read it yourself, you just heard about her. Um
That
she
is correct.
she's so in her novel Atlas Shrugged, this issue comes up. It's also discussed in a nonfiction essay she wrote called the Objectivist Ethics. And she discusses the concept value, which is related to the concept good. I'm not sure if it's exactly a synonym of the concepts. I'm not sure if value and good are synonyms of each other or just very closely related concepts. I think they're at least closely related. Um, but she gives an analysis of the concept value. So now I guess we shifted a little bit, at least in this conversation, because we've explicitly been talking about the concept of good, and now I'm shifting over to the concept value. And there's this question, exactly what is the relation? Am I going to go off and analyze this concept value and it has nothing to do with the concept good? Well, I don't think it has nothing to do with the concept of good, but um, exactly what the relation is, I'm not sure. But since she gives her analysis in terms of value, I feel a little more comfortable just talking in terms of value right now, but maybe we can try to relate that to the concept good
Yeah, I would say that they're identical.
later.
So maybe it'll flow
Identical.
nicely. Yeah, I don't see a difference. Like I'm maybe, but I can see them as identical right now. No problem.
Okay. Um, so what is she asked this question, well, she makes a point about where should we start in ethics? And she says that first the wrong place to start is with the question of what morality should we accept? Like, should we be egoists or altruists or utilitarians or Kantians or something? She doesn't mention these explicitly, as I recall. But she does say that the wrong place to start when you're thinking about ethics is with the question, what value system should one adopt? Rather, she says we should ask, what are values at all? And why does man need them, or why do humans need them? So she doesn't take it for granted that she doesn't take for granted what a notion of what values are, and then just start by asking what value system we should adopt. She starts ethically by asking what are values, and do we even need them at all? If so, for what?
May I ask a question? Well, two questions
Yeah,
technically.
yeah, and this is meta ethics, by the way. Normative ethics is downstream, like how should we act? But before we even get to normative ethics and questions of how we should act, there's prior questions in the field of what's called meta ethics as to what even is a value. What does it mean to say something is good or valuable? But yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that the values are real? Do you take a realist approach to value?
Well, This is like the question about moral realism, I think, before. So no, if what you mean by that is they exist independent of some agent, I don't. I'm not a realist in that sense about values. I think values are relative to an agent, like the cough drop. It's not just good, period. It's good for me.
Are
So if
values
that
a
makes me,
universal? I don't know if you. I think
are
yeah,
they
yeah.
universal?
Are they a
Um,
universal?
so what do you mean by universal?
Um,
Like, does everyone have the same values? Is that what, or do you mean something else by saying they're universal?
no, no. Like the when you're analyzing the properties of what something has, is there a real thing within it that is value itself, or is the term value purely just a social schema for humans to like, I don't know, be conditioned or condition themselves? But I think that upon analyzing the word beyond that which is physical, we see something else. There's nuance to the word. And I know it comes back to the word. I'm sorry. It's all a word.
Mm, okay,
I didn't
you
want to
might
get
have
too
to,
abstract at the end right there.
uh, so you asked if I think values are,
Yeah, if it's a
uh,
universe, yeah,
if I'm a realist about values, and I said something about that, and then you asked if I think values are universal, and by universal you meant do they have some property? Um, if so, could we go
shared
if
properties
that's
or
what you're
shared.
interested in now, whether I think values are universal, I still need to understand better what you mean by universal. I'm not clear on that yet.
Yeah, like the anti-nominalist approach to universal. That when I'm saying that there's three trees in front of me, that beyond a useful fiction, that there's actually three external somethings that I'm confident enough to make a knowledge claim about. It's not, you know what I mean? And without the universal, it just seems like the individual isn't confident enough to make the claim.
All right, I'm not sure how that connects to what I was talking about values and
The
what are
universals
values
are
and
the universals are what allows for three distinct trees to all be identically trees. They have one treeness. They have one nature.
okay. So
But to the nominalist, right, that is where they just look like trees.
okay, so it sounds like maybe you're now asking about my position on the th on the problem of universals.
I mean, I'm I'm still on if you believe in a good word as a matter of a fact, me personally. But hey man, I'm sometimes it feels like I'm hopping around on lily pads when I talk, but I try to, you know what I mean, I try to be on the right lily pad at the right time. I'm still on if you believe in a good word, brother.
If I believe in a good word, okay. I'm not ready to address that yet.
All right,
At
brother.
least partly because I don't understand the way you're using word. Do you believe in a good word?
Yeah, out of
Um,
anything that you're saying right now, is any of it truly good as a matter of a fact? Do you believe that it's good? Do you believe in the possibility for you to say a good thing?
yeah. Well, let me give you an example. Let me try
Nice.
to give a very concrete example. If I say that, let's say the USA is a good country, I think I think that's true. Doesn't mean it's perfect, but I think it's a good country. And this is not just I wouldn't say it's a subjective opinion I have. I think it's an objective opinion. And what that means, that's a whole discussion we could get into. But I don't know if that is enough to give you an indication of whether I think that when utter certain words, I'm saying things that I think are good. I think it's good to say true things and bad to say false things. But I don't
Do
know if
you?
this is addressing your interest or concern.
I don't think that I'm concerned, brother. I think we're just having a cool conversation. I think that this gets so deep at a certain level, right? Um, like, and I don't know, man. Do you think that there's any meaning to any of this?
To what, this conversation or
No, like life. Do you think there's
life?
any? Yeah. Do you think there's any meaning in this?
Yeah, yeah. But I think the
Is it real?
meaning is, yeah, I think it's real. Um, Trying to think of what more I can say to flesh that out, though.
What do you think meaning is? How do you define it?
Um, so there's, I mean, words. I think words are like if you say what is the meaning of the word triangle? Well, it's the reference. What is this word referred to? It refers to certain figures, namely ones with three sides and three-sided plane figures. That's what it refers to. That's the meaning of triangle. Um, what does Ayn Rand refer to? What's the meaning? Well, it refers to this person, this author who lived in the 20th century and wrote Atlas Shrugged. So the at least at one level, I would say the meaning is the reference. Um, but I think when people ask this question, what is the meaning of life? I think it's a little confusing, that question. I'm not sure it's a good question. I think maybe a better question is what is the purpose of life? And I think life has a purpose, but it's one that we choose for ourselves, at least human beings. Like my purpose is to promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. That's my central purpose in life. Other people,
May I
like one of the,
may I ask why that's so important to you?
um, yeah, let me get to that in just a few seconds. Let me
No
just flesh
worries.
this out.
Okay.
Other people, they might have a different purpose in life. Like one of the characters in Ayn Rand's novel, The Fountainhead, he wants to be an architect. That's his purpose in life, is to build buildings. Maybe someone else's purpose is to be a dentist or a computer programmer. So we all have different purposes in life. And I don't think there's one right purpose for everyone at the level of the specific career path you choose. I mean, maybe some people choose to be stay-at-home mothers. I think that's fine. Um, I think everyone should have some purpose, and I think everyone should be, I think happiness is something that is the only thing actually that makes sense as the ultimate purpose for everybody. But the way you achieve happiness, I think, varies from person to person. Like I wouldn't be happy pursuing a career as a dentist, um, but somebody else might be. So the specific purpose you choose for your own life, that's going to vary from person to person. But I think happiness makes sense as an abstract goal for everyone to pursue, and we just have different routes to getting there. Now, you asked, why is promoting objectivism so important to me? Well, I find it's crucially important to living a good, happy life. And I think my world and the world at large would be a much better place if more people accepted this philosophy of objectivism, which is Ayn Rand's philosophy for anyone out there who doesn't know. I think the world would be a much better place. And I'm an egoist. I want to be happy in my own life. And I think if more people in the world accepted this philosophy, it would make my life much more better, much better. Capitalism is part of it. Like right now, I'm subject to taxation and regulations, and I had some calls earlier on the stream about taxes and how I'm coerced, and I think that's unjust. I think I would be far better off. I think everyone would be far better off if we didn't have coercion. I think maybe there would be so much progress. Like maybe we would have colonies on Mars by now, flying cars. Maybe we'd be able to live till age 500 or 1,000 because medical technology is so advanced. I just think life would be radically better if we accepted these ideas. Um, so that's gives at least some idea of why I'm passionate about promoting this philosophy.
Do you, do you think Ayn Rand did or said anything wrong?
Yeah, I don't agree with every single word she ever wrote. Um, One example that comes to mind is a claim she made about the dictionary definition of selfishness in her book titled The Virtue of Selfishness. Um, and maybe I'll go into that. But there's other things like I think she was very negative towards homosexuality and she thought it was immoral. I think she even said that. And it might have been a Q&A following one of her lectures. Although I think I heard from an objectivist philosopher that later who actually knew Ayn Rand personally, Harry Binswanger. I think he had a conversation with her about it later in her life, and she came to a different view and wasn't as harsh on homosexuality as she had been previously. But at least for part of her life, I think she held the view that it was immoral, and I don't agree with that. I don't think it's immoral, at least not necessarily. I think it could be, in a sense, honest. So yeah, there's just a couple small examples, but when it comes to the main principles of her philosophy, I agree with her.
Thanks,
I
man.
don't see those things as core to her philosophy. They're more like she had a certain view of psychology, whether homosexuality was involved some kind of immoral psychology, but I don't consider that to be part of her philosophical system of objectivism.
Yeah, brother. Hey, man. We've been talking for a while, man. I want to thank you for your time. Um, Dang, man. Goodbyes are always hard, huh? I truly wish you nothing but the best, man. I thank you for being open with me. I thank you for being considerate. I think that you were kind. I hope that this was fruitful for you. I hope it was fruitful for the listeners. Um, yeah, man. I wish you well. If we ever talk again, I look forward to it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming on. I appreciate your kind words and your gift. It was definitely fruitful for me. So, yeah, I'd be happy to talk again sometime.
Thanks, brother. I wish you well.
All right, same. Bye-bye. All right. I thought that was really good. Very good. I see one person in the guest lists, Islam Ali. We spoke once before. I remember that. All right. Well, should I go to that call right now or engage with the chat or wind up the stream? I'm thinking maybe I should do at least a short call here with Islam Ali, and I'll do this one for free. Um, I had been holding out for some payments before, so the guest who was just on, he paid $11 in order to come up, and he was up here for hour, what was it, 6:45 my time? When did we start? Yeah, 6:45. So he was up here for close to an hour and a half. And that was after he paid $11. So I rewarded him and he got to jump to the head of the line and we had a nice long conversation. Great. So maybe I will be able to make some money here on TikTok and maybe even more than YouTube if I stick with my strategy here. Um, so I had been making more money on YouTube through super chats, but given my strategy here today of holding out for some money before I take calls, maybe I'll end up making more money here on TikTok. But sometimes I will still take a call for free. All right, how about this? I'll take this call from Islam Ali for free, and maybe I don't think this is not going to be another hour and a half. but we'll at least do a few minutes here. I don't know what he wants to talk about, but we can at least do a short call, and then maybe I'll wrap up the stream after that. Maybe look at the chat a little bit and then wrap it up. All right, here we go.
What's up, Dan?
Hey,
Hey,
Islam
yeah,
Ali.
I definitely don't have an hour and a half in me. I did have a quick question. Um, I was wondering where you draw the line on how philosophy is applicable to you. So, of course, philosophy, specifically ethics, comes into question when picking a career, like you discuss, but it wouldn't come into question in regards of like, what's your favorite shirt, for example? So where do you draw the line there?
Well, I don't know that it wouldn't come in at all when it comes to picking a shirt. Like I think it can. Like actually, I was choosing that today. Like what shirt do I want to wear when I do my live stream? And I was thinking maybe I should wear a shirt without a collar. I've never done that before. And but then I thought, well, I think collar adds a little more dressiness to it, a little more and I like that. So now I'm not saying I've decided once and for all that I will never wear a shirt without a collar on a live stream, but if I do decide that actually it's I want to be more formal in my live streams, like not to the point that I want to wear a suit and tie, but I at least want to have a shirt with a collar. If I think that's more appropriate to my live streams and the content I produce, like maybe for other people, it would make more sense to be more informal and have different kind of standards. But um, given the kind of show I do and the sort of image I want to project, I might think that a collared shirt is more suitable. And if that is the case, then I think it actually is an ethical choice. It would be immoral for me to wear a non-collared shirt. Maybe not, the worst thing in the world, but um, still not the optimal thing for me to do. And it's immoral to sacrifice your own interest at any level. Like even if it's a small, like if I give away all my money irrationally, that's much worse than giving away just $1 in an irrational way. Um, let's say to a beggar on the street. Let's say I think now if it's somebody who I think maybe they fall on hard times through no fault of their own, and I want to help them out, okay, maybe I'll give them the dollar. But if I don't see that the person has good intentions, maybe if I think they're just gonna burn the dollar or throw it down the gutter, destroy it, then it would be irrational for me to give them that dollar. And it's not an now it's worse for me to give that person $10,000 to throw away down the gutter, but that doesn't mean it's not bad to give them even $1. So even if it's a small negative, if you do something knowing that it has a net negative effect, I think it's immoral and bad to do it. Let me pause there. Been going on for a while.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, these examples are clear cut cases of immorality, even on a minor scale of donating to, say, a homeless man who's a wife beater, for example. But I mean, well, there's choices you'll partake in life that I would say don't have those morality ties to them, like I don't know, like the flavor of coffee you pick at your barista. Like, so where do you draw the line there?
Well, I do think there are some optional choices where it doesn't really matter, and maybe this, like if you're really indifferent between two flavors of coffee, then I think it's fine to just in effect flip a coin and let the coin decide which one you take. So so that's fine. Now, I guess it would be, but does that mean morality doesn't come into that choice? Um, I guess not. I guess it doesn't in a sense. Like it doesn't matter. It's morally each choice is as morally good as the other. So maybe that's a case where you could say. morality doesn't enter into the choice. But
Okay,
that you
so
have a coffee at
uh,
all versus maybe some other drink like a carbonated beverage, which you're not really in the mood for, that would be a moral choice. But yeah, I guess you could stipulate some cases where it really doesn't matter. And I guess at least I don't see, maybe I don't see right now why one would say it's moral to go one way rather than the other. Um, yeah. So,
all right, so in the cases where no scenario leads to a different moral outcome, those situations are outside of the realm of philosophy.
uh, outside the realm of philosophy, maybe in a sense at least. I mean, philosophy, if you interpret it in a certain way, you might think everything is within the realm of philosophy. Like if philosophy is the subject that deals with existence, man, and man's relationship to existence. Rand defines it in that sort of way in one place. So if you understand philosophy in that sort of way, it covers everything. But I guess there are specific choices one sometimes confronts where there's no philosophical principle that says you should do A rather than B. Take this coffee rather than this other type of coffee. Philosophy doesn't have something to say about every specific choice. I mean, what it would say is if there is something that you think is better for you, that's more in your interest, go with that one. So if you
Got it.
do think, coffee A would be better for you, more enjoyable than coffee B, then go with coffee A. But if you're at the point where coffee A and coffee B are indistinguishable in terms of what would be better for you, then I don't think there's any principle from philosophy that can inform your decision. It is just flip a coin at that point.
That makes sense. Appreciate you, Dan.
You're welcome. Thanks for your call.
Take care.
All right. Bye bye. Okay. That was the last call of the day. And I'm going to look at the chat a little bit now before I end the stream. I am recording the chat, so hopefully this all got recorded in Zoom. And I'm going to read the chat later. But right now, I'm only going to spend a short time looking at the chat. Thanks for the follows and the gifts. Throbby Robbie sent a rose. Let's see. Gotta Study Max also sent some roses. Okay, and then the others up here, Polly, I think I already saw those before, the donut and the shout out. Are you a Democrat? No, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican either. I think both major political parties have serious problems. I I'm a laissez-faire capitalist. I support capitalism, which I think is different than either of those two parties support. All right, I'm going to wrap this up now. Thank you all for hanging out, spending some time here today. I do appreciate your viewership, your participation, your gifts, and thanks to the callers who called in, and especially Fax for his PayPal donation, which made this the most profitable TikTok live stream I've ever done. And I hope to build on that some more in the future. All right. I don't know when I'll do my next live stream. I tend to do these every few days. So I don't know if that means tomorrow or 2 days, 3 days, 4 days from now. But anyway, If you're a follower, that will make it more likely you'll get notified by your algorithm. All right, let me stop I guess I can stop this Zoom screen share later. Oh, and I'll post this on YouTube. Dan Norton 1. That's my YouTube address. So if you want to see the whole live stream, you can catch it there later. And until next time, see you all. See you all whenever the next time is to be determined. All right, bye everyone.